Is this kingdom related to magic? When you hear the word Hwicce, it feels familiar, doesn't it? It sits heavily on the tongue, sounding suspiciously like the modern word witch, or perhaps the older, earthier Wicca. For centuries, people have whispered that this lost tribe of the British Midlands was rooted in something darker, something more arcane than just farming and fighting, a kingdom of sorcerers nestled in the foggy valleys of the Severn. The truth, as is so often the case with history, is both more mundane and infinitely more mysterious, hidden behind the veil of a language we have almost forgotten how to speak. I'm glad you're here, wishing you peace, rest, and maybe a little historical inspiration before sleep. Take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Go ahead and let me know where you are in the world right now and what time is on the clock. It's always fascinating to see who is awake with me while the rest of the world drifts off. Now, let's step back, further back. Let the modern lights of your room dim until they are nothing but the flickering glow of a tallow candle. We are going to a time and place that feels like a ghost story. We are standing on the edge of the River Severn in the 5th century. The air is damp here. It always is. The mist clings to the lowlands, rolling off the Welsh hills to the west, and settling like a heavy wool blanket over the valley floor. This is the stage for the Hwicce, but the actors haven't quite learned their lines yet. To understand the Hwicce, we have to understand the silence that came before them. You see, this region, what we now call Gloucestershire, Worcestershire, and parts of Warwickshire, wasn't always a misty backwater. For hundreds of years, it was the prime real estate of Roman Britain. It was the Beverly Hills of the province. Wealthy aristocrats built sprawling villas here, with underfloor heating that worked better than some modern apartments in London. They drank wine imported from the Mediterranean and walked on mosaic floors depicting Orpheus charming the beasts. But then, the lights went out. We often talk about the fall of Rome as if it were a single crashing sound, like a vase dropping on a tiled floor. But here, in the Severn Valley, it was more like a slow leak, a gradual exhaling of breath. In 410 AD, the Roman legions were recalled to defend the crumbling heart of the empire, and they never came back. Imagine being a local farmer in that time. The tax collector stops showing up, which is great for about 6 months. But then the road repairs stop. Then the soldiers who guarded the river crossings pack up their gear and march south. And suddenly, you realize that the massive stone villa on the hill, the one that has stood for 4 generations, is empty. The roof tiles are slipping. Nature is reclaiming the stone. This is the misty vacuum where our story really begins. It is a world populated by ghosts of a civilization that just left. The people who remained were the Romano-British. They spoke a mix of Latin and Brittonic. They were Christians, mostly. And they were suddenly very, very alone. The structure of their society, the Civitas Dobunorum, the tribe of the Dobuni, who had lived there since the Iron Age, began to fragment. Without the central heating of the Roman economy, the social temperature dropped. The cities of Cirencester, Gloucester, and Bath, once bustling hubs of commerce, began to shrink. They didn't disappear, not entirely, but they became shells. Picture a modern shopping mall after the apocalypse. People might still camp in the food court because the roof is good, but the fountains are dry and the music has stopped. Into this power vacuum, something new began to seep. It wasn't an invasion, not really. History books love to show arrows on a map, big red arrows sweeping across the North Sea, implying a sudden wave of angry Germanic warriors burning everything down. But archaeology tells us a quieter, sleepier story. It tells us about migration. It tells us about families moving in. Small groups of Germanic settlers, Angles mostly, maybe some Saxons, began to drift into the region. They came up the rivers. The River Severn and the River Avon were the superhighways of the ancient world. If you controlled the river, you controlled the trade, the news, and the food. These newcomers weren't necessarily looking to conquer. They were looking for good mud. And the Severn Valley has excellent mud, rich, alluvial soil, perfect for farming. So, picture the scene in the late 5th and early 6th centuries. You have the native Britons holding on to their fading Roman ways, living in the shadow of crumbling stone walls. And down in the valley bottoms, you have these newcomers building timber halls, speaking a strange, guttural language, worshipping gods that sounded like thunderstorms and wolves. It must have been an incredibly strange time to be alive, a time of hybrid identity. You might be a British potter, selling your wares to an Anglian farmer. You might marry your daughter to the son of a Saxon chieftain, because he has a lot of cows, and cows are a universal currency. Slowly, over generations, the Romano-British and the Germanic ceased to be two separate things and began to blend into something else. The sharp lines of ethnicity blurred in the fog of the Severn. This is the womb of the Hwicce. They were not a single tribe that packed their bags in Germany and moved en masse to Worcester. They were a confederation, a coalescing of different peoples who found themselves sharing this specific geography. The geography itself shaped them. To the west, the dark, rising hills of Wales, full of hostile kings and raiders. To the east, the rising power of other Anglian groups. The Hwicce found their identity in the middle, in the valleys. There is a haunting beauty to this era. We call it the Dark Ages because we lack written records. But it wasn't dark to them. It was lit by firelight and starlight. It was a world of immense, quiet spaces. The forests were thicker then, ancient woodlands of oak and ash that stretched for miles, dark and wolf-haunted. The roads were the old Roman paved ways, still straight as an arrow, cutting through the overgrowth like scars on the land. People would walk these roads, terrified of the spirits that dwelt in the ruined Roman tombs. The giants of old, who built in stone that no living man could replicate. In this landscape, survival was the only real politics. The grand empire was a memory, a story told by grandmothers. The reality was the harvest. The reality was the river flooding in winter. The reality was the need for protection. And when people need protection, they look for a strong man. They look for a leader who can hold back the dark. Small chieftains began to rise. Warlords, men who could command a war band of 50 or 100 spears. They took over the old hill forts or built new timber halls near the river crossings. They began to demand tribute, food, wool, leather, in exchange for safety. It's a protection racket, essentially, but it's the seed of monarchy. It's how kingdoms are born. We don't know the names of these first proto-Hwicce leaders. They are lost to the damp earth. We only know they existed because of what they left behind. Grave goods, brooches, spear tips, amber beads, little flashes of gold in the mud. These items tell us that trade was still happening. that there was a hierarchy. Someone was in charge. Someone was organizing this disparate group of farmers and survivors into a coherent unit. It's important to visualize the sheer emptiness of the map compared to today. If you drive through the Cotswolds now, it's all manicured hedges and tea shops. Back then, it was wild. The Roman villas were haunted ruins, avoided by the superstitious locals who believed they were the dwellings of ghosts. The new settlements were made of wood and thatch, organic materials that rot away and leave no trace but a stain in the soil. The Hwicce were building a kingdom of wood on top of a kingdom of stone. This impermanence is part of their charm. They didn't leave us massive cathedrals or stone castles, at least not at first. They left us place names. They left us the shape of the shires. They left us a genetic legacy. As the 6th century crept forward, the pressure began to build. The Hwicce weren't operating in a bubble. To the south, the West Saxons, the Hwicce, who would become Wessex, were pushing north. They were aggressive, expansionist, and hungry for land. To the north, the Angles of Mercia were beginning to flex their muscles. The Hwicce were the meat in the sandwich. They were occupying the prime territory, the rich agricultural heartland, and everyone wanted a piece of it. But for now, in this misty pre-dawn of their history, they are just a suggestion of a people. They are the smoke rising from 1,000 hearth fires along the banks of the Avon. They are the sound of Old English mixing with Brittonic dialects in the market. They are the ghosts of the Severn Valley, waiting for a name. There is a specific feeling you get when you stand by a river at twilight. The water moves relentlessly, indifferent to the people watching it. The Severn has watched the Romans come and go. It watched the Stone Age builders. And now, in our story, it watches the birth of the Hwicce. It's a slow birth, not a singular event, but a gathering of momentum. Like the river itself, swollen with rain, the population is rising, the culture is deepening. We are standing on the precipice of violence, though. The quiet decay of the post-Roman world couldn't last forever. The vacuum had to be filled. And in the ancient world, vacuums are usually filled with blood. The comfortable, hybrid existence of the Severn Valley farmers was about to be shattered by the geopolitical ambitions of their neighbors. The West Saxons were coming. A man named Ceolin was sharpening his sword, and he had his eyes fixed on the 3 great cities of the lower Severn. But before the clash of shield walls and the crunch of iron, let's just stay here for a moment longer. In the quiet, in the mist, imagine the smell of wood smoke and wet wool, the sound of a distant dog barking at a wolf. The Hwicce are here, unseen, unformed, but real. They are the people of the chest, the people of the hollow, the people of the border. They are the ancestors of the Midlands, sleeping in the dark, waiting for the sunrise that will bring both glory and ruin. The stage is set. The actors are in place. The ghosts of Rome have retreated into the shadows, and the Hwicce are about to step into the light of history, whether they are ready for it or not. The year is 577. It is a number that sits in the history books like a tombstone. If you look it up in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, that ancient diary of the English people, the entry is stark and brutal in its simplicity. It reads, Guthwine and Ceolin fought against the Britons, and they slew 3 kings, Conmail, Condidan, and Farinmail, at the place which is called Deorum, and took 3 cities, Gloucester, Cirencester, and Bath. Just a few lines of ink on parchment, But think of the sheer weight of human experience compressed into those words. This event, the Battle of Dirham, is the seismic shock that finally cracked the bedrock of the old Roman world in the West and allowed the Hwicce to rise from the fissures. Let's move to that hillside. Dirham, or Dioham, the enclosure of the deer, sits high on the edge of the Cotswold escarpment. If you stand there today, the view is spectacular. The land falls away sharply beneath your feet, rolling out into the flat, expansive vale of the River Severn, stretching all the way to the blue haze of the Welsh mountains in the distance. It is a place of wind and long views. It is a place where you can see an enemy coming for days. In 537, that view would have been terrifying. Looking down from the ridge, the British defenders would have seen the dust cloud first. A long, serpentine trail of dust kicked up by thousands of feet. Seulin, the king of the West Saxons, was marching north. This wasn't a raiding party looking for cattle to steal. This was an army of conquest. The West Saxons, or the Hwicce, as they called themselves then, were hard men. They had been fighting their way up from the southern coast for decades, a slow, grinding tide of iron and leather. Seulin is a fascinating, shadowy figure. We don't have a portrait of him, but we can imagine him. He was a Bretwalda, a term that implies a wide-ranging overlordship. He wasn't just a king, he was a stormfront. He represented the new order, ruthless, pagan, and unstoppable. Facing him were the three kings of the Britons, Conmail, Condidan, and Farinmail. Their names are beautiful, aren't they? They echo with the cadence of the old Celtic tongue, perhaps even a hint of Latinized aristocracy. These men were likely the rulers of the three great cities mentioned in the Chronicle. They were the heirs of Rome, the last guardians of the villas and the bathhouses. They gathered their warbands on the high ground at Dirham, hoping that the steep slopes would save them. History doesn't record the tactics of the battle. We don't know if it started at dawn with a flight of arrows or at midday with a champion's duel. But we know the sound. Close your eyes and listen to it. The low, rhythmic thumping of spears against lindenwood shields. The shield wall, that terrifying dense forest of wood and iron that Germanic armies used to crush their enemies. It was a pushing match, a rugby scrum with sharp edges. The smell of sweat, unwashed wool, and fear. The ground at Dirham turning to slick mud under the trampling of thousands of boots. And then, the silence. The terrible, heavy silence that falls when a battle is lost. The three kings lay dead. The Chronicle is very specific about that. This wasn't a retreat. It was a decapitation of the local leadership. With Conmail, Condidan, and Farinmail gone, the political structure of the Severn Valley collapsed instantly. There was no one left to give orders. No one left to organize a defense. This defeat was catastrophic for the Britons. But it is the Big Bang for our story of the Hwicce. Why? Because of geography. Look at the map in your mind. By taking Durham and the lands around it, Seulin drove a massive wedge between the Britons of Wales to the west and the Britons of Cornwall and Devon to the south. Before this battle, they could communicate, trade, and support each other. After Dirham, they were severed. The West Saxons had reached the sea. The land link was broken. The Severn Valley was now isolated. It was an island of territory, cut off from its traditional allies. And into this isolated pocket, the victors marched. The Chronicle says they took 3 cities: Gloucester, Cirencester, and Bath. But what does Took mean in the 6th century? They didn't occupy them like a modern army occupying a capital. The Saxons didn't like living in stone cities. They found them cold, alien, and haunted. They called Roman ruins Ild Enter Gewok, the old work of giants. They preferred their timber halls and open fields. So, when they took Cirencester, the second largest city in Roman Britain, they likely stripped it of its remaining wealth and then left it. They might have camped in the forum, lit fires on the mosaic floors, and stabled their horses in the temples. But they didn't move in. The cities became ghost towns, quarries for stone, crumbling slowly under the rain. The center of gravity shifted from the urban centers to the countryside, to the farmsteads and the river crossings. This is where the Hwicce begin to materialize. The people living in the countryside, the farmers, the potters, the weavers, didn't all vanish. They didn't all die at Dyrham. They were still there, tending their sheep on the Cotswold Hills, fishing in the Severn. But their kings were dead. Their protectors were gone. They were now subjects of the West Saxons. However, Sulin's empire was overextended. He had bitten off more than he could chew. He conquered the region, yes, but he couldn't effectively micromanage it from his base way down in the south. The Severn Valley is a distinct geographical bowl. It has its own weather, its own rivers, its own logic. It naturally wants to be its own kingdom. So, in the aftermath of the slaughter, a new identity began to form. It's likely that the survivors of the battle, along with the incoming Anglian settlers who trailed in Sulin's wake, began to mix. The West Saxons might have installed a governor or a puppet king to manage the region for them. Or perhaps a new dynasty arose from the ashes, a mix of opportunistic Anglian warriors and the surviving British nobility who were willing to cut a deal. This is the messy, organic reality of the Dark Ages. It wasn't total replacement. It was reorganization. The Hwicce kingdom likely coalesced as a buffer state. They were the people of the Severn, living under the loose hegemony of the West Saxons, at least for a while. Imagine the years immediately following 577. The shock of the violence slowly fading, the new overlords demanding tribute. A farmer in the valley might look up at the hill fort where the battle happened and see the burial mounds of the fallen kings. He knows the old world is dead. He has to learn new words to sell his grain. He has to bow to a new lord who wears a different kind of brooch and worships Woden. But life goes on. The seasons turn. The sheep need shearing. And slowly, the trauma of Durham heals into a scar. That scar becomes a border. The Hwicce territory was defined by this battle. Their southern border was the edge of the West Saxon conquests. Their western border was the River Severn, beyond which lay the hostile, grieving Welsh kingdoms. Their eastern border was the ridge of the Cotswolds. They were a people shaped by containment. Locked in by the river and the hills, they turned inward. They developed a cohesive culture very quickly because they had nowhere else to go. They were the people left in the Middle Earth, between the powerful Welsh and the expanding Saxons. There is a melancholy to this origin story. The Hwicce didn't win their kingdom in a glorious conquest. They inherited it from a tragedy. They grew out of the compost of the Three Kings' defeat. Perhaps that is why their history always feels a little quieter, a little more mystical. They were the caretakers of a graveyard, living among the massive, silent ruins of Rome, building their wooden huts in the shadow of the giants. As the 6th century closed, The grip of Kjolin weakened. Internal strife among the West Saxons, family feuds, betrayals, the usual dynastic drama meant they lost their tight hold on the Severn Valley. The Hwicce were left to their own devices. They were free to become themselves. We can see the archaeology of this transition. In the cemeteries from this period, we see weapons appearing, swords and spears buried with men, suggesting a militarized society. They knew they had to defend what was left. We also see beautiful saucer brooches, distinctively different from the styles used by the Saxons in the south or the Angles in the north. The women of the Hwicce were already signaling their unique identity through their jewelry. They were saying, "We are not West Saxon. We are not Mercian. We are something else." The dust of Durham settled. The grass grew over the bones of Conmail, Condedan, and Farinmail. The Roman roads began to crack, grass pushing up through the pavement. And in the valleys, the fires of the Hwicce burned bright. They had survived the apocalypse. They had a land. Now, they needed a name that stuck. They needed to define who they were, not just by who they had been conquered by, but by the land they lived on. And that brings us to the mystery of the name itself. Where did this word, Hwicce, come from? Was it a badge of honor, a description of the landscape, or something stranger? As the political chaos subsided, the cultural mystery began to deepen. The warriors had done their part. Now it was time for the storytellers and the linguists to weave the fabric of the kingdom. The sword had carved out the borders, but the word would fill the space inside. The word starts with a breath. Hwicce. To say it properly, you have to exhale a little first, a soft aspiration deep in the throat before the lips round into the W. It is a whisper of a name. In Old English, that initial H wasn't silent. It was a distinctive, guttural marker. And for over 1,000 years, scholars, linguists, and dreamers have been trying to figure out exactly what it meant. Names are never accidents. In the ancient world, you didn't name a tribe because it sounded cool. You named it to describe who you were, who your father was, or what god you feared. The Saxons were the people of the Sayax, the short knife. The Angles were the people of the fishhook region in Denmark. Names were functional. They were identity tags. So, when this new confederation in the Severn Valley called themselves the Hwicce, they were saying something very specific. The most popular theory, the one that makes for the best campfire stories, is the one you're probably thinking of, which is, it's an easy leap to make. Hwicce looks like Hwicce, the feminine form of the Old English word for sorcerer or soothsayer, the root of our modern witch and Wiccan. Imagine that, a kingdom of witches tucked away in the misty hollows of England. It paints a picture of a society ruled by druidic matriarchs, preserving the old magic while the rest of the island turned to iron and crosses. It fits the vibe of the region, doesn't it? The weird, rolling fogs of the Cotswolds, the ancient standing stones like the rollright stones that dot the landscape. But, and I hate to be the one to break the spell, the linguistics don't quite line up. It's the H. That breathy start to the word Hwicce is linguistically distinct from the word Hwicce. In the precise, rigid grammar of Old English, you can't just swap those sounds around. Most serious etymologists will shake their heads and tell you that while it's a romantic idea, the Hwicce were likely not naming themselves after sorcery. So, if they weren't the witches, who were they? The second theory is far more grounding, and in its own way, much more poetic. It connects the name to the Old English word Hwicce, which means a chest, trunk, or locker. At first glance, the people of the chest sounds ridiculous. It sounds like a bad insult from a rival tribe. Look out, here come the box people. But think about it metaphorically. Think about the landscape we talked about. The kingdom of the Hwicce was defined by the Severn Valley. It is a deep, wide basin, walled in by the Malvern Hills on one side and the high ridge of the Cotswolds on the other. If you stand on top of the Cotswold escarpment, perhaps near that bloody battlefield of Durham, and look down, the valley looks like a massive, open container, a hollow, a chest. In this interpretation, the Hwicce were the people of the hollow. They were defining themselves by the vessel that held them. This makes perfect sense in a world where geography was destiny. They weren't hill people, they were valley people. They lived in the chest of the land, protected by the high walls of rock and hill. It suggests a cozy, enclosed identity. While the winds howled over the exposed plateaus of Mercia, the Hwicce were tucked away in their geological locker, safe and warm. But there is a third possibility, one that bridges the gap between the mundane and the magical. What if the chest wasn't the valley? What if it was a real, physical object? We know that many Germanic tribes were centered around a cult. They didn't just follow a king, they followed a sacred artifact. The Roman historian Tacitus, writing centuries earlier, described northern tribes who worshipped the goddess Nerthus. They kept her symbol in a sacred cart, covered with a cloth, and only the priest was allowed to touch it. They would parade this cart through the villages, and wherever it went, peace was declared. Iron was put away. It was a holy truce. Could the Hwicce have been the guardians of a sacred ark? A Hwicce. Picture a heavy oak chest, bound with iron bands, carved with serpentine patterns of beasts and knots. Inside, perhaps, were the relics of their ancestors, or a symbol of Woden, or soil from their homeland across the sea. Maybe the tribe formed around the duty of protecting this object. They were the bearers of the chest. This theory gives the Hwicce a priestly flavor. It suggests that their identity wasn't just about farming the rich mud of the Severn. It was about a religious duty. It might explain why, even later, when they were absorbed by other kingdoms, the Hwicce territory remained a distinct diocese, the bishopric of Worcester. The religious boundaries survived even when the political ones dissolved. Perhaps there was always something holy or set apart about this group. There is a resonance here with the idea of a treasury. A chest is where you keep valuables. The Severn Valley was incredibly rich, rich in salt, rich in iron, rich in grain. Maybe they were the people of the treasury, the keepers of the wealth. There is one more layer to this name game. Some linguists suggest Hwicce might be a tribal name transferred from the continent, hauntingly similar to the Hwincas or Hokingas. It implies they didn't just emerge from the mud. They brought their name with them, a memory of a grandfather's grandfather who lived in the forests of Germany. But I prefer the people of the hollow. It feels right. When you drive through Worcestershire today, descending from the hills into the lush green bowl of the valley, you feel a change in the air pressure. You feel enclosed. The rest of England falls away. You are in the Hwicce heartland. This ambiguity of the name, is it a witch, a valley, or a box, perfectly suits their history. They are a liminal people. They exist on the threshold. They are the buffer zone between the Welsh and the English. They are the mix of the Celt and the Saxon. They are the chest that holds the treasures of both cultures. We must also consider what it meant to take on a new name. In the chaos after the Roman collapse, old tribal identities like Dobony were fading. The people needed a new banner. Hwicce became that banner. It was a rallying cry. It allowed the native Briton farmer and the incoming Anglian warrior to look at each other and say, "We are of the Hollow." It erased the us versus them dynamic of the conquest and replaced it with a "we are here" dynamic. The name stuck. It stuck so hard that centuries later, when the Normans came with their Domesday Book and their obsession with cataloguing everything, the Hwicce was still remembered. The administrative unit of Winchcombeshire, a shire that existed briefly before being swallowed by Gloucestershire, echoes the name. The town of Wychwood, the Wychevon district. The sound of that breathy H still whispers in the modern map, even if the spelling has changed. So, were they sorcerers? Probably not in the Harry Potter sense. But there is a magic in naming. There is a sorcery in taking a disparate group of refugees, conquerors, and survivors and binding them together with a single word. The chest became a crucible. Inside the protective walls of the Severn Valley, the heat of history melted these people down and forged a new alloy. As we move forward in their story, keep this image of the Hwicce in your mind. A sturdy oak chest sitting in a misty valley. It is locked. We don't have the key to open it fully and see every detail of their lives. But we can run our hands over the wood. We can trace the carvings. We can feel the weight of it. The name gave them legitimacy. A king without a people is just a thug. A king with a named tribe, king of the Hwicce, is a sovereign. And soon we will meet the men who claimed that title. We will meet the kings who sat on the lid of the chest and tried to steer it through the stormy waters of the 7th century. But before we meet the kings, we have to walk the land. We have to open the map. Because if the Hwicce were the people of the Hollow, we need to understand the shape of that hollow. We need to trace the rivers that acted as their arteries and the forests that acted as their walls. The stage is named. Now, let's inspect the set design. If we are going to understand the Hwicce, we have to get our boots muddy. We have to walk the perimeter. In the modern world, borders are lines on a map, invisible thresholds where your GPS suddenly changes its arrival time. But in the 7th century, a border was a physical thing. It was a dense forest where wolves watched you from the shadows. It was a rushing river that would pull you under if you tried to cross at the wrong time. It was a ridge of limestone that cut the sky in half. The kingdom of the Hwicce was a masterpiece of natural fortification. It wasn't a sprawling, undefined mess like some of the early Saxon territories. It had a shape. It had geometry. Let's start in the east, on the high ground. We are standing on the edge of the Cotswolds. The limestone here is honey-colored, warm to the touch when the sun hits it, forming the spine of what we now call the heart of England. But back then, this was the Great Wall of the Hwicce. This escarpment acts like a cliff face looking west. If you stand on the ridge near modern-day Broadway or Birdlip, you are looking down into the kingdom. It spreads out before you like a green quilt, flat and expansive, stretching all the way to the jagged profile of the Malvern Hills in the distance. This separation, the wold, the high open hills, and the vale, The low, fertile river valley is the defining tension of the landscape. The people up here on the wold lived a different life. The soil is thin, sitting right on top of the rock. It's sheep country. It's windy. You can see enemies coming from miles away. This was the eastern rampart. Beyond this ridge lay the lands of the proper Saxons, the aggressive neighbors who were always looking for a weakness. But to march an army up these steep slopes was suicide. The Hwicce could sit on their limestone throne and watch the world burn below them. Now, let's descend. We walk down the steep tracks, paths worn by deer and Roman sandals, into the vale. The air changes here. It gets heavier, damper. You are entering the chest we talked about. The floor of this valley is thick with clay. It is the kind of mud that sucks the boots off your feet. But it is also incredibly rich. This is the breadbasket. While the hill people were grazing sheep, the valley people were growing grain, barley for ale, and tending to orchards. It was a garden, protected on all sides. To the west, the border was the mightiest feature of all, the River Severn. The Severn isn't just a river, it's a mood. It is the longest river in Britain, brown and muscular, churning with sediment. In the time of the Hwicce, it was wider and wilder than it is today, untamed by modern weirs and flood defenses. It was the Sabrina of the Romans, a deity in its own right. For the Hwicce, the Severn was the end of the world. Across that dark water lay the kingdoms of the Welsh, ferocious, aggrieved, and crouching in their mountains. The river was a shield, but it was also a highway. If you had a boat, the Severn connected you to the sea, to Ireland, to the wider world. It brought salt, wine, and rumors. But if you were an invader trying to cross from Wales, it was a death trap. The Severn has a massive tidal range, the second highest in the world. The famous Severn Bore, a tidal wave that surges upstream, would have been a terrifying supernatural event to the early medieval mind. A wall of water roaring up the river against the current, sent by the gods to smash boats and drown the unwary. The Hwicce lived with this dragon on their doorstep. Between the river and the hills, the kingdom was dotted with islands of civilization, not islands in water, but islands in the forest. We have to remember the trees. Today, England is a manicured park. In 600 AD, it was a hairy beast. The Forest of Dean to the west, the Forest of Arden to the north, and the frighteningly dense Witchwood to the south. Witchwood is important. The name itself, Hwicce Wudu, means the wood of the Hwicce. It was the southern gate, a tangled ancient woodland that separated our kingdom from the ambitious West Saxons of Wessex. Crossing Witchwood wasn't a Sunday stroll. It was a dark, tangled labyrinth of oak and thorny underbrush. It was the kind of place where folklore is born, where goblins and sprites are invented to explain the strange noises in the canopy. This forest acted as a natural buffer zone. Armies hate forests. You can't march in formation. You can't see an ambush, so Witchwood kept the Hwicce safe from the south, just as the river protected the west and the hills protected the east. So we have a kingdom defined by a box: river, ridge, and forest. But what about the north? The northern border was softer, and that would eventually be a problem. It roughly followed the watershed of the rivers, blending into the territory of the Domsate, the dwellers by the River Tame, and the expanding Mercian heartlands. It was a porous border, a place of trade and gradual cultural blending rather than a stark wall. It was the open door through which influence and eventually domination would walk. Inside this box, the Hwicce possessed three jewels, the old Roman cities. Gloucester, Clevham, sat guarding the lowest crossing of the Severn. By the 7th century, the grand Roman buildings were crumbling, but the walls were still there, massive stone circuits that no Saxon could build. The Hwicce likely used Gloucester as an administrative centre, a place of power. It was the lock on the river. Then there was Worcester, Riogorna. Further north, sitting on a high bank overlooking the river. It wasn't a Roman city in the same grand sense as Gloucester, but it was a crucial ford. It was the marketplace. The name itself, Riogorna, refers to the winding nature of the river there. It was the beating heart of the Hwicce trade network. And to the south, sitting on the very edge of their influence, was Bath, Hwicce Sulis, the city of hot springs. The Hwicce controlled this for a time, possessing the steaming, miraculous waters that had fascinated the Romans. Imagine the Hwicce kings bathing in the ruined, steaming pools, wondering at the plumbing that still worked after 3 centuries of neglect. It must have felt like living in the wreckage of a spaceship. But the map of the Hwicce wasn't just physical, it was spiritual. The landscape was alive with meaning. Scattered across the Cotswolds and the valleys were the visible bones of the past. Long barrows, massive earthen burial mounds from the Neolithic age, stood on the skylines. Stone circles whispered in the fields. The Hwicce didn't know who built these. To them, these were the graves of dragons or the work of elves. They incorporated these ancient monuments into their own mental map. They used them as meeting places, as boundary markers. Meet me at the heathen burial place, a charter might say. They were squatting in a landscape that was already ancient. The rivers, too, were more than water. We find votive offerings in the riverbeds from this period, swords and spears thrown into the water, a gift to the river god, a way to decommission a weapon after a battle. The Hwicce knew that the land demanded respect. You didn't just farm it, you negotiated with it. This geography created a specific personality type. When you live in a bowl, protected by hills and rivers, you become insular. You become self-sufficient. The Hwicce didn't need to be expansionist conquerors like the West Saxons. They had everything they needed right here. They had the salt from Droitwich, which we will get to later, a gold mine of the ancient world. They had iron from the Forest of Dean. They had wool. They had grain. Why leave? Why march over the mountains to fight the Welsh when you have a paradise in the valley? This splendid isolation allowed their culture to curdle and thicken. It allowed them to maintain a distinct identity, even as the political sharks began to circle. They were the Switzerland of the Dark Ages, mountainous borders, hilly borders, wealthy and defensive. But let's look at the map one last time. There is a fatal flaw in the design. The openness to the north. The Avon River flows southwest, cutting right through the heart of the kingdom towards the Severn. It's a beautiful river, gentle and winding. But a river that flows into your kingdom is also a road that leads into your heart. The Mercians, the border people to the north, were looking down that river valley. They saw the rich cows of the Hwicce. They saw the salt pits. They saw the Roman cities. And they realized that the door was unlocked. The geography that saved the Hwicce from the Welsh and the West Saxons, the river and the forest, left them exposed to the one power that would eventually swallow them whole. But for now, in the early days, the map was their friend. It held them in a warm, misty embrace. Can you feel the dampness of the valley morning? Can you smell the wild garlic growing in the woods of the escarpment? This is the stage. The lights are up. The scenery is breathtaking. Now, we need to meet the cast. We need to look at the faces of the people who walked these Roman roads and farmed these green fields. Who were they really? Were they the sons of Rome or the sons of Woden? The answer, as you might guess, is written in their blood. We have walked the ridge of the Cotswolds and dipped our hands into the Severn, tracing the outline of the box that held this kingdom. But a kingdom is not soil and water. A kingdom is blood and bone. If you could travel back to a Hwicce marketplace in the year 600, perhaps in the muddy streets of a reawakening Worcester, and look into the faces of the people, what would you see? This is one of the most contentious and fascinating questions in British history. For a long time, the story was simple, brutal, and red. The Victorian historians, reading the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle as if it were a police report, believed in a clean sweep. They imagined that when Ceolin and his West Saxons stormed in, the native Britons were either put to the sword or driven into the Welsh mountains. In this version of history, the Hwicce were purely Germanic, tall, blonde immigrants from the North Sea coast who walked into an empty land. But the ghosts of the Severn Valley tell a different story. The Hwicce were not a colony of purebred Saxons. They were a hybrid. They were a fusion. The Severn Valley wasn't a slaughterhouse. It was a mixing bowl. The archaeology of the region is shouting this truth at us. If we listen closely, imagine a village in the Vale of Evesham, a generation after the conquest. You have the new lords, the warriors who fought at Deerham or their sons. They stride around, wearing the distinct belt buckles of the Germanic tradition, speaking a guttural tongue that we would recognize as an early form of Old English. They are the winners of history. They control the law and the weapons. But who is plowing the fields? Who is weaving the baskets? Who knows which local spring never freezes in winter, or which herb cures a fever? The locals, the Romano-British families who have lived there for 1,000 years. They didn't vanish. There were simply too many of them to kill. And frankly, a king needs subjects. You can't tax a corpse. So the Hwicce identity was born from a marriage, sometimes forced, sometimes pragmatic, between the incoming Anglian and Saxon settlers and the enduring British population. It was a Creole society. We see this most clearly in the graves. In cemeteries like Butler's Field in Lechlade, we find a dazzling confusion of cultures. We find women buried with Saxon brooches, but wearing them in a British style. We find men buried with spears, a Germanic status symbol, but whose skeletons show the dietary signatures of locals who grew up on the limestone water of the Cotswolds. It's like walking into a house where the architecture is Victorian, but the furniture is IKEA, and the dinner being cooked is curry. The lines are blurred. This blending explains the peculiar Anglian flavor of the Hwicce. Remember, the conquerors at Deerham were West Saxons, Hwicce, but the material culture of the Hwicce, the stuff they actually made and wore, looks more Anglian, like the people of the Midlands and East Anglia. Why the switch? It seems the Severn Valley was a magnet. Once the political door was kicked open by the Saxons, settlers from all over flooded in. Anglian families from the north drifted down the river valleys, mingling with the Saxon warriors and the British farmers. The result was a culture that felt unique. They weren't quite Wessex, and they weren't quite Mercia. They were Hwicce. Let's look at the language. This is where the silent resistance of the Britons lives on. If the Anglo-Saxons had totally replaced the population, all the place names would be Germanic. We'd see nothing but Tun and Sam and Ing. And we do see a lot of that. But look closer at the map. The River Avon. Avon is just the Brittonic word for river. The invaders asked, "What is this water called?" And the locals said, "It's the river." The Saxons nodded and wrote down River Avon, essentially river. The River Severn, that's pure Celtic. The Malvern Hills, Mole Bryn, meaning Bear Hill in the British tongue. The survival of these names proves that the two peoples were talking to each other. You don't learn the local names for hills and streams if you kill everyone who knows them. You learn them by walking the land with a local guide, by trading with a local fisherman. Even more telling are the place names that contain the element Walch or Wal. Names like Walcott, Walton, or Walworth. In Old English, Wheelers meant foreigner, slave, or Briton. It's the root of the word Welsh. So, a town called Walton is the town of the Britons. Think about what that implies. It implies segregation, yes. The Britons live over there in that village. But it also implies coexistence. These were recognized communities of native people living inside the Hwicce kingdom, maintaining their own identity long enough for the name to stick. They weren't hiding in caves. They were neighbors. This genetic and cultural soup had a profound effect on the Hwicce vibe. It made them, perhaps, less aggressive, less dogmatic than the pure warrior societies on the fringes. The Britons were Christians, remember. They had been for centuries. The Saxons were pagans. In the Hwicce heartland, these two belief systems had to rub shoulders. It's likely that the British Christianity never fully died out here. It went underground. A British grandmother might bounce a Saxon baby on her knee and whisper stories about Christ alongside stories of Woden. The embers of the old faith were kept warm in the hearts of the subject people, waiting for the breath of the missionaries to ignite them again, which, as we shall see, happens very quickly in this kingdom. We should also talk about the aristocracy. Even the kings and nobles weren't immune to this blending. Look at the West Saxon royal line itself. Key names like Cerdic and Ceolin are not Germanic names, they are Brittonic. Cerdic is Caraticus. Ceolin is likely connected to the British Cunilin. This suggests that even the conquerors had British blood or marriage alliances before they even arrived. By the time the Hwicce kings emerge into the light of history, they are likely the product of generations of intermarriage. They might have worn the helmet of a Saxon warlord, but they might have had the dark hair and the eyes of a Romano-British aristocrat. This mixed bloodline theory gives the Hwicce a fascinating role in the history of England. They were the bridge. They were the proof that Englishness wasn't a pure import from Germany, but a negotiation between the island and the newcomers. Consider the layout of the land again. The Hwicce territory corresponded almost exactly to the old Roman Civitas Dobunorum, the tribal lands of the Dobuni. This isn't a coincidence. The new kingdom fit into the old shoes. The administrative boundaries, the estates, the networks of tribute, they all survived. The Saxons didn't reinvent the wheel. They just took over the driver's seat. So, when we imagine a Hwicce person, we shouldn't imagine a stereotype. Don't picture a horned helmet Viking. They didn't have horns anyway. Or a toga-wearing Roman. Picture a man wearing a wool tunic, dyed with madder and woad. He has a knife at his belt, a seax, which marks him as a free man. But he is plowing a field that has been square-shaped since the Iron Age. He swears by Woden when he hits his thumb with a hammer, but he leaves a bowl of milk out for the little people, the spirits of the land, just as his British mother taught him. Picture a woman weaving on a warp-weighted loom. She wears a string of amber beads from the Baltic Sea, brought by traders, but she fastens her cloak with a penannular brooch, a Celtic design that curls like a fern. This fusion created stability. While other kingdoms were tearing themselves apart with ethnic cleansing or rigid caste systems, the Hwicce seemed to have settled into a comfortable hybridity. This might explain why they were so wealthy. They combined the agricultural expertise of the Britons with the martial vigor of the Saxons. They had the best of both worlds. It also explains their eventual fate. Because they were a bridge, they were easily crossed. They didn't have the hard, prickly nationalism of the Welsh or the fierce expansionism of the Mercians. They were adaptable. They were survivors. As we move toward the era of kings, keep this mixed population in mind. When the Hwicce kings make treaties, when they invite bishops to build cathedrals, they are ruling over a dual people. They are balancing the traditions of the deep past with the energy of the new order. The blood of the Hwicce was a river, fed by two sources. One source was the deep, ancient spring of the Celtic West. The other was the cold, rushing meltwater of the Germanic East. In the valley of the Severn, they met and swirled together, and for a few glorious centuries they flowed as one. But a kingdom of farmers and hybrids needs a face. It needs a name to shout in battle. It needs a crown. Out of this fertile, mixed soil, the first dynasties began to grow. Shadows at first, mere names in a genealogy, but soon flesh and blood men who would claim the title King of the Hwicce. Who were they? And how did they manage to hold on to this precious, wealthy box of land when the wolves were circling? Let's step into the hall of the chieftain. The fire is roaring. The mead is being poured. The bard is tuning his lyre. It is time to meet the brothers who stepped out of the fog. We have spent a lot of time looking at the land and the people, the mud and the blood. But a kingdom isn't just a collective of farmers. Eventually, the camera has to zoom in on the man sitting at the head of the table. The man wearing the gold arm rings. The king. In the history of the Hwicce, this is where the picture gets grainy. If you were hoping for a clear, crisp biography like we have for Henry VIII or Queen Victoria, you are going to be disappointed. The early kings of the Hwicce are like figures seen through a thick pane of frosted glass. You can see their outline, you can see the movement, but the details, the color of their eyes, the tone of their voice, are lost. We have to reconstruct them from fragments. The first names that truly emerge from the mist are a pair of brothers, Ianher and Eanfrith. They step onto the stage in the mid-7th century, roughly the 1660s, though they likely ruled earlier. We know about them primarily thanks to the Venerable Bede, the great monk historian writing up in Northumbria. Bede mentions them almost in passing, a footnote in a story about someone else. He tells us that the king of the South Saxons, a man named Ethelwald, married a woman named Eba. And Eba, Bede notes, was the daughter of Eanfrith, the ruler of the Hwicce. He adds that both she and her people were Christians. It's a tiny scrap of information, but we can squeeze a surprising amount of juice out of it. First, let's look at the names. Eanher and Eanfrith. In the Anglo-Saxon world, names were dynastic trademarks. You named your kids with the same first syllable to show everyone who they belonged to. The prefix Ian is incredibly specific. It points north. It is the signature branding of the royal house of Bernicia, the northern part of Northumbria. We have King Eanfrith of Bernicia, for example. So, why are two kings with Northumbrian names ruling a kingdom in the Severn Valley, hundreds of miles to the south? This brings us to a fascinating theory. The Hwicce dynasty might have been political refugees. In the brutal game of musical chairs, that was 7th century politics. Losing a battle meant death or exile. It is entirely possible that a branch of the Northumbrian royal family fled south after a defeat and was installed in the Severn Valley. By whom? Most likely by Penda, the terrifying pagan king of Mercia. Penda was the big boss of the Midlands in this era. He was a kingmaker and a kingbreaker. It makes perfect strategic sense for him to take a couple of exiled Northumbrian princes, enemies of his own enemies, and set them up as rulers of the Hwicce. Here, he might have said, you can have the Severn Valley, guard my southern flank, keep the Welsh quiet, and owe me everything. So, picture Eanher and Eanfrith not as homegrown heroes rising from the local soil, but perhaps as sophisticated, well-connected outsiders. They were the planted governors, the marcher lords. This would explain why the Hwicce culture feels so distinct. It was ruled by men who had seen the wider world. Let's try to visualize their court. We shouldn't imagine a stone castle. The Hwicce kings didn't live in the crumbling Roman ruins of Gloucester. They found them too cold and ghostly. Instead, they built great halls. Imagine a structure like an overturned ship, built of massive oak timbers. The roof is high and thatched with reeds from the river. Inside, it is smoky. A central fire pit burns day and night. The walls are hung with woven tapestries to keep out the drafts. Tapestries that tell stories of battles and gods. The capital wasn't a fixed point on a map like London or Washington. The capital was wherever the king happened to be standing. Kingship in this era was mobile. Eanher and Eanfrith would have traveled on a constant circuit, moving from one royal estate to another. They would stay in Winchcombe for a month, eating the food rents paid by the local farmers. Barrels of ale, wheels of cheese, salted pork. When the food ran out, they packed up the wagons and moved to Worcester, then to Pershore. This constant movement served a purpose. It meant the king was visible. You couldn't just hear about the king. You had to see him. You had to see his horses, his hawks, and his warriors. Ah, the warriors. The comitatus. No Hwicce king ruled alone. He was surrounded by a retinue of young men, the sons of nobles, who acted as his bodyguard, his drinking buddies, and his enforcement arm. These men lived in the king's hall. They slept near the fire. In exchange for their loyalty and their swords, the king gave them gifts. This is why kings were often called ring givers. We have found gold arm rings in the hoards of this era, twisted spirals of heavy gold. The king would literally break off a piece of gold or hand over a ring to reward a follower. You fought well at the ford, he might say, tossing a glittering band to a young warrior. It was an economy of prestige. The more gold you gave away, the more powerful you were. Eanher and Eanfrith would have sat on the gift stool, the throne, dispensing justice. Disputes over land, stolen cattle, blood feuds. Everything came to the king. He was the supreme court. He had to be wise, but more importantly, he had to be terrifying enough that people obeyed his verdict. We know that Eanhere and Eanfrith ruled jointly, or perhaps consecutively with some overlap. Joint kingship was common in Anglo-Saxon England. It was an insurance policy. If one king died in battle, which happened a lot, the other was there to keep the kingdom from falling apart. Eanhere seems to have been the senior figure, perhaps the elder brother, while Eanfrith is the one linked to the Christian marriage alliance. Speaking of that marriage, let's go back to Eaba, Eanfrith's daughter. The fact that she married the king of the South Saxons is a big deal. Sussex was a long way off, down on the south coast. This tells us the Hwicce weren't just local bumpkins. They were players on the national stage. They were making alliances that spanned the breadth of England. And Bede tells us that when Eaba went to Sussex, she was the only Christian in the province. Everyone else was still pagan. This paints a striking picture of the Hwicce court. While their neighbors were still worshipping Woden and sacrificing oxen, the Hwicce royals were already baptized. Eaba carried her faith like a torch into the darkness of Sussex. She implies a level of cultural sophistication, a court that was already in touch with the new ideas coming from Rome and Ireland. This religious difference is crucial. Eanhere and Eanfrith were ruling under the shadow of Penda of Mercia. Penda was a die-hard pagan, the last great heathen warlord, and yet he allowed his sub-kings in the Hwicce to be Christian. Why? Perhaps Penda didn't care what gods you worshipped, as long as you paid your tribute. Or perhaps the Hwicce kings were clever. Maybe they used their Christianity as a diplomatic tool, a way to build bridges with other Christian kingdoms while still serving their pagan overlord. It shows a flexibility, a political agility that defines the Hwicce survival strategy. Let's zoom in on a moment in their lives. Imagine a feast in the hall at Winchcombe. Winchcombe, the Valley of the Bend, was a favorite royal estate. It sits in a deep, sheltered scoop of the hills. The fire is roaring. Eanhere sits at the high table. He is wearing a cloak of imported Frankish wool, dyed a deep red. His beard is trimmed. He holds a glass claw beaker, a delicate, terrifyingly expensive vessel imported from the Rhineland, filled with sweet mead. Around him, the noise is deafening. Dogs fighting for scraps under the tables. The poet reciting Beowulf, or some lost heroic lay. The smoke stinging the eyes. But beneath the revelry, there is tension. The king's eyes are always moving. He is watching his comitatus. Are they happy? Are they loyal? He is watching the messengers who just arrived from Mercia. What does Penda want now? More silver, more soldiers for his wars against Northumbria. Being a king of the Hwicce was a high-wire act. You were wealthy, yes. The salt trade from Droitwich was making you rich. The land was fat. But you were small. You were a gazelle, living between lions. You had to be smarter than the lions. You had to use your wealth to buy friends and your daughters to build alliances. We don't know how Eanhere and Eanfrith died. There are no records of them falling in a great battle. Perhaps they died in their beds, which was a rare achievement for a 7th century king. Or perhaps They fell in one of Penda's many wars, loyal soldiers to the end. What they left behind, however, was a structure. They took the loose confederation of tribes and solidified it into a dynasty. They proved that the Hwicce could be a coherent political unit. They established the royal centers at Winchcombe and Gloucester that would serve the kingdom for centuries. And most importantly, they opened the door to the cross by being Christians, or at least tolerant of it. They prepared the ground for the massive cultural transformation that was about to hit the Severn Valley. They were the transitional figures, standing with one foot in the heroic pagan world of the warband, and the other in the organized, literate world of the church. The shadowy figures of Eanhere and Eanfrith may be faint to us, but their impact was solid. They were the architects who framed the house. Now, it was time for the decorators to move in. It was time for the priests, the monks, and the builders of stone to arrive and change the landscape forever. The pagan mist is lifting, the sun is coming up, and it is glinting off the processional cross of a missionary walking down the Roman road. The Hwicce are about to get religion. And in the 7th century, religion was the ultimate technology of power. The sound of the 7th century is the sound of a bell. Before this, the Severn Valley had its own acoustic landscape. It was the sound of wind hissing through the limestone grass of the Cotswolds. It was the rhythmic thumping of the loom in a weaver's hut. It was the terrified squeal of a pig being slaughtered for the winter night's festival. And occasionally, it was the chanting of a pagan priest in a sacred grove, asking the spirits of the oak and the ash for a good harvest. But then, a new sound cut through the mist, clear, sharp, and metallic, a handbell. It was rung by men who looked like beggars, but spoke like kings. They walked the old Roman roads, their feet calloused, carrying nothing but a staff and a leather satchel containing a book. These were the missionaries, and they were bringing a revolution that would change the Hwicce far more than any sword ever could. The arrival of Christianity in the kingdom of the Hwicce wasn't a single dramatic lightning strike. It didn't happen overnight. It was more like a slow, steady rain that eventually soaked everything. We have to remember that the Hwicce were uniquely positioned for this. To the west, the Welsh Britons had been Christian for centuries, though they were notoriously grumpy about sharing their faith with the barbarian Saxons who had stolen their land. To the north and east, the pagan traditions of the Angles held strong. The Hwicce sat right on the fault line. Imagine you are a Hwicce farmer in the year 1660. You are standing in your field near the river Avon. You see two men walking towards you. They have shaved heads, the distinct tonsure of the monk, and they are wearing rough, undyed wool. They don't have weapons. In a world where every stranger is a potential threat, this is confusing. They stop and speak to you. They speak your language, but the words are strange. They talk about a high king who lives in the sky, a king who doesn't want your cattle or your grain, but your heart. This was the genius of the early conversion. The missionaries didn't come in saying, "Everything you know is wrong." They translated their message into terms a warrior society could understand. They presented Jesus not as a passive victim, but as a young, heroic warrior chieftain. In the Old English poetry of the time, Christ is often described as the Geong Heiled, the young hero, who climbed onto the cross of his own free will to do battle with death. That a Hwicce warrior could understand. That was courage. That was lof, glory. The Hwicce kings, Eanher and Eanfrith, and their successors saw something else in this new religion. They saw power. We often think of conversion as a purely spiritual event, but for a Dark Age king, it was also a massive technology upgrade. The pagan priests offered sacrifices and vague predictions. The Christian priests offered books. They brought the technology of literacy. They brought the ability to write down laws, to keep records, to send letters to kings in France or Italy. They brought the Roman brand. Even though the Roman Empire had fallen, the idea of Rome still held a magical allure. It meant civilization. It meant legitimacy. If you were a Christian king, you weren't just a tribal warlord anymore. You were part of a global club. You were a member of Christendom. So, the Hwicce rulers opened the door wide. They gave these wandering monks land. And this is where the landscape begins to change physically. They didn't build parish churches in every village. That wouldn't happen for hundreds of years. Instead, they established minsters, monasterium. These were mission stations. Imagine a small compound surrounded by a timber palisade, situated near a river or a royal estate. Inside, a community of priests and nuns lived together. Mixed, double monasteries were common then. These minsters were the spiritual power plants of the kingdom. From these hubs, the priests would go out on preaching tours. They would travel to the remote hamlets in the Wold or the fishing camps on the Severn, preach, baptize, and then return to the minster. Because there were no church buildings for the common people yet, the Hwicce landscape became dotted with something else: preaching crosses. Imagine walking through a clearing in the forest of Dean and stumbling upon one of these. A tall wooden cross, or perhaps a stone one if a wealthy patron had paid for it, standing alone in the wild. It was a rallying point. It was a place where heaven touched earth. People would gather there on Sundays to hear the priest, standing in the open air, with the rain on their faces. But what happened to the old gods? What happened to Woden and Thunor? They didn't vanish. They went undercover. The conversion of the Hwicce was a masterclass in syncretism, the blending of beliefs. The church was pragmatic. Pope Gregory the Great had famously advised his missionaries not to destroy pagan temples, but to sprinkle them with holy water and turn them into churches. If the people are used to gathering at this hill, he essentially said, let them keep gathering there, but change the address of the prayers. So, the sacred wells where the Hwicce had left offerings for the water spirits became holy wells dedicated to saints. The pagan spring festival of Eostre became Easter. The midwinter feast of Yule became Christ's Mass. You can still feel this layering in the Hwicce lands today. There are churches in the Cotswolds built directly on top of Roman pagan shrines. The stones themselves remember the old gods, even if the prayers have changed. There was a gentleness to the Hwicce conversion. We don't hear stories of violent martyrdoms here. We don't hear about kings slaughtering pagans for refusing baptism. It feels like a conversation, a gradual shifting of weight. Perhaps this is because the Hwicce were already people of the border. They were used to living between worlds. They were used to the idea that truth might be a little bit of this and a little bit of that. But there was one major conflict looming: the battle of the haircuts. It sounds silly to us, but in the 7th century, the shape of your tonsure, haircut, was a matter of life and death. It represented the clash between two massive branches of Christianity, the Celtic Church from Ireland and Wales, and the Roman Church from, well, Rome. The Celtic monks, who had done much of the early legwork in the West, shaved the front of their heads from ear to ear. They calculated Easter using an old, complex table. They were ascetics, hermits, lovers of nature. They were the wild, mystical side of the faith. The Roman missionaries, coming up from the south, shaved the crown of their heads, the classic monk ring. They calculated Easter differently. They were organized, hierarchical, and obsessed with order. They were the corporate side of the faith. For a while, the Hwicce were caught in the middle. Their neighbors to the west, the Welsh, were Celtic Christians. Their neighbors to the south, Wessex, were becoming Roman. It was a diplomatic nightmare. If the king celebrated Easter on one Sunday, according to the Roman calendar, and his queen celebrated it a week later, according to the Celtic one, the spiritual harmony of the kingdom was broken. The issue was officially settled at the Synod of Whitby in 664, where the English kingdoms largely agreed to follow Rome. The Hwicce fell in line. They chose order. They chose structure. And this decision laid the groundwork for the next great phase of their history, the creation of a massive, organized diocese. But before the bishops took over, let's pause and look at the little people again, the peasant and the plowman. How did this change their lives? For the average Hwicce person, the world became a little less terrifying, but a lot more regulated. The old world was full of capricious spirits, elves that would sour your milk, goblins that would lame your horse. You had to constantly appease them. The new faith offered a single, all-powerful protector. If you were baptized, the demons couldn't touch you. That must have been a huge psychological relief, a lifting of a burden. But it also brought new rules. You couldn't work on Sundays. You had to fast during Lent, which meant 40 days of very meager eating in late winter, when food was already scarce. You had to pay church scot, a tax to the minster. Yet, the church also brought beauty. It brought music, Gregorian chant echoing in the timber halls. It brought art, gospel books illuminated with gold leaf, and vibrant pigments made from crushed beetles and stones. For a peasant who lived in a world of mud and brown wool, seeing a golden chalice or a painted manuscript must have been like looking through a keyhole into paradise. The Hwicce kingdom was becoming a sacred landscape. The hills were no longer just hills. They were the footstools of God. The rivers were fonts of baptism. The very air seemed to vibrate with a new energy. And the kings were quick to capitalize on this. They began to issue charters, written documents granting land to the church. This was revolutionary. In the old oral tradition, you owned land because your grandfather owned it, and you had a sword to defend it. Now, you owned land because a piece of parchment said you did. The Hwicce were moving from a memory-based society to a record-based society. As the 7th century drew to a close, the Hwicce were fully integrated into the Christian world. They were no longer the mysterious people of the chest, hiding in the pagan fog. They were a respected, modernized kingdom with a direct line to Rome. But as the church grew stronger, the kings grew weaker. The paradox of the Hwicce is that the very institution that gave them legitimacy, the church, eventually became more powerful than the dynasty itself. The Bishop of Worcester would soon become a prince in his own right, a figure who could stare down kings. But that is for later. For now, let's leave the Hwicce in this moment of dawn. The wooden crosses are standing on the hillsides, silhouetted against the setting sun. The monks are chanting Compline in the minsters. The old gods have retreated into the deep woods, watching quietly from the shadows of the oak trees. The Hwicce have found their soul, but they are about to lose their independence. The giant to the north is waking up. Mercia is rising, and a king named Penda and his even more formidable sons are casting a long shadow over the Severn Valley. The era of the sub-kings is approaching. In the schoolyard of early medieval England, there was one bully who was bigger, meaner, and more charismatic than everyone else. His name was Penda. To understand the fate of the Hwicce, you have to understand the shadow cast by this man. Penda of Mercia wasn't just a king, he was a force of gravity. While the Hwicce were busy tending their sheep in the Cotswolds and listening to the polite sermons of missionaries, Penda was tearing up the map of Britain. He was the last great pagan warlord, a man who reportedly laughed at the new religion, or at least tolerated it with a sneer, and spent his decades-long reign smashing the armies of Northumbria and East Anglia. The Hwicce, sitting right on his southern doorstep, didn't stand a chance of staying neutral. They were the first to be swallowed. But, and this is the crucial nuance, being swallowed by Mercia wasn't like being conquered by Rome. It wasn't about total erasure. Penda's style of empire building was more like a mafia protection racket. He didn't want to govern the day-to-day life of every valley in the Hwicce lands. He didn't want to decide whose pig had eaten whose cabbages in a village near Worcester. That was boring. That was administration. Penda wanted two things: tribute and soldiers. So, the relationship between Mercia and the Hwicce evolved into a peculiar, suffocating hug. We call it overlordship, but that word feels too sterile. It was a symbiosis. The Hwicce became a client kingdom. Their kings, men like Eanher and Eanfrith, whom we met earlier, kept their crowns. They kept their halls. They probably still sat at the head of the table and drank the best mead. But when Penda whistled, they came running. Imagine the psychological weight of this. You are a king of the Hwicce. You are proud of your lineage. You have your own poets singing your praises. But every year, a messenger arrives from Tamworth, the Mercian capital. He doesn't ask, he demands. King Penda requires 500 spears for the spring campaign. King Penda requires 20 wagons of Droitwich salt. You don't say no, because if you say no, the wolf of Mercia comes down the river, and suddenly you don't have a kingdom anymore. This dynamic created a fascinating political layer. The Hwicce rulers began to slide down the scale of royalty. In the documents of the time, their titles start to glitch. Sometimes they are called Rex, king, but increasingly they are called subregulus, underking, or regulus, little king. It's a humiliating diminutive. It's the difference between being the CEO and being the regional manager. Yet, for the common people of the Hwicce, this Mercian dominance might have actually been a good thing. Penda was terrifying, but he was also effective. By bringing the Hwicce under his wing, he effectively neutralized the threat from the north. The constant, petty border raids stopped because everyone was now on the same team. The Pax Mercia, the Mercian peace, settled over the Midlands. It was a peace bought with blood and silver, but it allowed trade to flourish. When Penda finally died in 655, killed in battle at the Winwade, defiant to the end, The Hwicce might have breathed a sigh of relief. The old pagan is gone, they might have thought. Now we can be free. But empires rarely crumble that easily. Penda was succeeded by his sons, first Beada, and then the formidable Wulfhere. And Wulfhere was, in many ways, more dangerous to Hwicce independence than his father. Penda had been a raider. Wulfhere was a statesman. Penda wanted loot. Wulfhere wanted integration. Under Wulfhere, the Hwicce became the southern province of a greater Mercia. This is when the assimilation truly began. We see it in the material culture, the jewelry styles, the weapon designs, the pottery. Everything starts to look more uniform. The distinct Hwicce style begins to blur into a broader Mercian style. It's the homogenization of culture that always follows political union. However, the Hwicce had a secret weapon in this relationship, their strategic value. Look at the map again. The Hwicce controlled the lower seven. They controlled the crossing points into Wales. They controlled the salt. Mercia was a landlocked power. Its heartland was in the Trent Valley, far from the sea. If Mercia wanted to trade with the wider world, with France, with the Mediterranean, they needed the Hwicce. The Severn was their lung. You don't strangle the lung that allows you to breathe. So, the Mercian kings treated the Hwicce with a certain level of respect. They didn't just install Mercian governors. They married into the local line. This brings us to the women. History often focuses on the men with the swords, but the real glue of the Mercian hegemony was the arranged marriage. We see Mercian princesses being shipped off to Hwicce sub-kings, and Hwicce noblewomen being sent to the Mercian court. Take Ostrith, for example. She was the daughter of the Northumbrian king, but she became the queen of the Mercians. Her life and death were intimately tied to the Hwicce lands. She was eventually murdered by her own nobles, a dark story for another time. But she was a great patron of the Hwicce church. These royal women acted as cultural conduits. They brought new fashions, new prayers, and new political connections. Through these marriages, the Hwicce ruling family became blood relatives of the Mercian dynasty. They were cousins. This made rebellion awkward. You don't usually declare war on your cousin, especially when your cousin has an army 5 times the size of yours. You send them a nice gift at Yule and hope they stay on their side of the river. But the most profound tool of Mercian control wasn't marriage, it was the church. Remember how the Hwicce were early adopters of Christianity? Well, the Mercians caught up fast. Once Wulfhere converted, he realized that the church was the perfect administrative tool to bind his empire together. In 679, a massive reorganization of the church took place. The huge, unwieldy diocese of Mercia was split up, and a new bishopric was created specifically for the Hwicce. The seat was placed at Worcester. This is a pivotal moment. By giving the Hwicce their own bishop, the Mercians were essentially saying, "You are a distinct people. You have your own identity." But by appointing that bishop and controlling the appointment, they were saying, "But you belong to us." The Bishop of Worcester became a key figure in the Mercian administration. He wasn't just a spiritual leader, he was a Mercian agent. He reported to the archbishop, who was often aligned with the Mercian king. The boundaries of the Diocese of Worcester were drawn to match the boundaries of the Hwicce kingdom exactly. So, even as the political kingdom began to fade, the ghost kingdom was preserved in the church map. If you look at a map of the Diocese of Worcester, right up until the Reformation in the 16th century, you are looking at a map of the ancient Hwicce kingdom. It was frozen in time by the church. So, what was life like under the Mercian yoke? It was a time of booming prosperity. The Mercian kings were hungry for luxury, and the Hwicce were the ones who could provide it. The trade routes down the Severn became busy. Boats laden with wool, cheese, and slaves moved downstream. Boats carrying wine, glass, and fine cloth moved upstream. The Hwicce acted as the middlemen, taking a cut of everything that passed through their territory. This wealth funded a golden age of Hwicce culture. Paradoxically, losing their political independence seemed to spark a cultural renaissance. Because they couldn't spend their energy on foreign wars, Mercia handled that. They spent it on art, architecture, and God. The sub-kings, stripped of their power to make war, turned their ambition to building monasteries. If you can't be a great warrior, be a great patron. They poured their wealth into the church, competing to see who could build the most beautiful minster, who could commission the most exquisite gospel book. It creates a strange, sleepy atmosphere in the kingdom. While the Mercian armies were off fighting the Welsh or the West Saxons, the Hwicce were safe in their valley, getting rich and praying. They were the quiet partner in the Mercian corporation. But we shouldn't idealize it too much. Being a sub-king was dangerous. You were always being watched. If a Hwicce ruler showed too much spine, too much independence, he could be removed. We see a rotation of names in the charters: Osric, Hwicce, Ethelmod. Some vanish quickly. Were they purged? Did they die of natural causes after a visit from a Mercian envoy? We don't know, but the turnover suggests that the Mercian overlords kept a tight leash. There is a document from this period that gives us a chilling glimpse of this power dynamic. It's a tribute list, known as the Tribal Hidaj. It lists the various peoples of England and how much tax, assessed in hides of land, they owed to the Mercian king. The Hwicce are listed there. They are assessed at 7,000 hides. That is a massive number. It puts them on par with the East Saxons and the South Saxons. It confirms that they were a major player, a kingdom of significant size and wealth. But the fact that they are on the list at all proves they were subjects. They were a line item in someone else's ledger. As we move into the late 7th century, the Hwicce have fully accepted this role. They are the loyal right hand of Mercia. They provide the salt for the royal table. They provide the safe passage for the royal armies. They provide the prayers for the royal soul. But in this submission, they found a kind of immortality. By becoming essential to Mercia, they ensured their survival. Other small kingdoms, the Rosenset, the Magonset, were absorbed so completely that we barely know their names. But the Hwicce kept their name. They kept their bishop. They kept their identity. They learned the art of being the second fiddle. And sometimes the second fiddle plays the most haunting melody. The stage is now set for one of the most remarkable figures in Hwicce history. A man who accepted the title of sub-king, but ruled with the vision of an emperor. A man whose legacy is still standing in stone today. His name was Osric, and he was about to turn the wealth of the Severn Valley into something that would outlast even the kingdom of Mercia itself. There is a particular kind of ambition that doesn't scream, it builds. We often think of great kings as the ones who burn things down, The Alexanders, the Caesars, the Pendas, they leave a trail of ash and broken borders. But there is another kind of ruler, the architect king, whose legacy isn't measured in square miles, conquered, but in tons of stone moved. In the history of the Hwicce, that man is Osric. Osric is an enigma, depending on which dusty genealogy you trust. He was either a nephew of Penda, a son of the previous Hwicce, King Eanhir, or perhaps a Northumbrian prince imported to keep the peace. But his DNA doesn't matter as much as his vision. He appears in the timeline around the 670s, holding the title of Regulus, King of the Hwicce. And while he deferred to the Mercian overlords for foreign policy, he treated his own kingdom like a blank canvas waiting for a masterpiece. To understand Osric, you have to imagine him standing in the ruins of Bath. By the late 7th century, the Roman city of Aquae Sulis was a surreal, post-apocalyptic landscape. The great roof of the bathhouse had likely collapsed long ago, crashing into the pools. The statues of Minerva were buried under mud. But the hot springs, they never stopped. Every day, 250,000 gallons of water, heated by the Earth's core to a steaming 46 degrees Celsius, bubbled up from the ground. To a superstitious mind, this place was terrifying. It was a portal to the underworld, a place where the earth breathed smoke. Most Saxons avoided it, but Osric walked right in. In 675 AD, Osric issued a charter. It is one of the most precious scraps of history we have, a literal piece of paper. Well, parchment that links us to his mind. In it, he grants 100 hides of land near Bath to a nun named Berthana to found a convention of virgins, a monastery. The language of the charter is fascinating. He starts by lamenting that the grace of the first faith has grown cool in England, which is a bit rich, considering the country had only been Christian for a few decades. And he wants to light the fire again. But look at what he's actually doing. He is taking a Roman site, a place of ancient pagan power, and he is baptizing it. He is planting the cross right in the middle of the steam. This wasn't just piety. It was urban planning. By founding a monastery at Bath, Osric was trying to reboot the city. Monasteries were the engines of the Dark Ages. They weren't just places to pray. They were hospitals, schools, libraries, and hotels. By putting a community of nuns there, he was ensuring that there would be people to clear the rubble, to farm the land, and to offer hospitality to travelers. He was turning a haunted ruin into a hub of civilization. But Osric didn't stop at Bath. He looked north to the city of Gloucester. Gloucester, Glevum, was the key to the Severn. It controlled the lowest bridge on the river. Whoever held Gloucester held the door to the kingdom. So, what did Osric do? He built another monastery. In 679, he founded the Minster of St. Peter at Gloucester. And here, the story gets personal. He didn't just appoint some random cleric to run it. He appointed his own sister, Kinaburga. We need to talk about Kinaburga. In the Hwicce kingdom, women held immense power within the church. These double monasteries, communities of both monks and nuns, were almost always ruled by an abbess, a woman. Kinaburga wasn't a silent, cloistered nun. She was a royal princess, a CEO of a massive estate. She controlled vast tracts of land, managed rents, and likely sat in council with her brother. Installing his sister as the Abbess of Gloucester was a masterstroke of nepotism and strategy. It meant that the most strategic city in his kingdom was run by his own flesh and blood. It turned the church into a family business. This network of family-run monasteries became the backbone of Osric's power. He wasn't just a sub-king of a province. He was the head of a holy dynasty. He was weaving a web of spiritual patronage that made him indispensable. Imagine the construction site at Gloucester in 680 AD. For the first time in centuries, the sound of stone-cutting chisels is heard in the valley. The Hwicce are learning to build in stone again. They are dragging limestone blocks from the Cotswold quarries, perhaps even recycling stone from the Roman walls. Osric is watching the walls rise. He knows that wood rots. He knows that thatch burns. But stone is forever. He is building his legacy in a medium that he hopes will outlast the Mercian bullies to the north. And he was right. If you go to Gloucester Cathedral today, you are walking on Osric's ground. The magnificent Gothic building we see now is a shell built around the kernel of Osric's original foundation. And if you walk into the North Ambulatory, you will find him. There is a tomb there. It's not the original 7th century grave, but a medieval monument built centuries later by monks who still remembered his name. On top lies an effigy of Osric. He is carved in stone, holding a model of the church in his hand. He looks peaceful, a king at rest. It is a rare thing for a sub-king to be remembered so vividly 800 years after his death. But the monks of Gloucester knew who paid the bills. They knew who laid the first stone. Osric's vision went beyond just buildings. He seems to have understood the soft power of the church. In a world where violence was the norm, the church offered a different kind of authority. A bishop or an abbess could excommunicate a warlord. They could deny him burial in consecrated ground. That's a heavy threat. By allying himself so closely with the church, Osric was buying insurance. He was also tapping into the economy of salvation. The belief at the time was transactional. You give land to God, and God gives you victory in battle and a VIP pass to heaven. The charters are very explicit about this pro remedio animae meae, for the remedy of my soul. Osric was investing in his afterlife portfolio. But let's strip away the theology and look at the map again. Bath in the south, Gloucester in the center, Pershore, another foundation often linked to his family, in the east, Worcester crowing in the north. Osric was creating a grid. He was pinning down his kingdom with holy sites. These monasteries became market centers. People gathered there for feast days. Merchants set up stalls outside the abbey gates. Craftsmen moved in to make chalices and weave vestments. Slowly, the economy of the Hwicce began to shift from purely agricultural to something more complex. Towns were being reborn, not as Roman military camps, but as ecclesiastical centers. There is a quiet sadness to Osric's story, though. He ruled for a long time, perhaps into the early 8th century, but he likely died without a direct male heir to take over the throne. The Hwicce kingship seems to pass to brothers or cousins. It suggests that for all his building, he couldn't build a dynasty of blood, only of stone. Or perhaps that was the point. Osric the Builder realized that kings come and go. The Mercians might depose him tomorrow. A flu virus might kill him next week. But the Abbey of St. Peter would stand. The nuns at Bath would pray for him every day, forever. There is a legend, probably not true, but lovely, that Osric died while sitting in the unfinished choir of his church at Gloucester, watching the sunset through the scaffolding. It fits him. He was a man who loved the structure of things. Under Osric, The Hwicce kingdom reached its cultural zenith. They were rich, they were pious, and they were building. They had carved out a unique identity as the Kingdom of the Minsters. While Mercia was the barracks of England, the Hwicce land was the library and the chapel. But a kingdom of chapels needs a bishop. It needs a central authority to manage all these abbesses and priests. Osric provided the buildings, but the administrative software, the diocese, was the next great project. The creation of the See of Worcester was the final piece of the puzzle that locked the Hwicce identity into the history books. As we leave Osric sleeping in his stone tomb, clutching his model church, we turn our eyes up the river to Worcester. Here, a different kind of power is forming, not the power of a king, but the power of a bishop. And in the medieval world, a bishop with a large territory was a force that could make even the mightiest Bretwalder nervous. The bishopric of the Hwicce is about to be born, and it is going to swallow the kingdom whole, digesting the royal line until only the ghost of the name remains. Maps are usually drawn in ink, but sometimes they are drawn in holy water. If you were to look at a political map of England in the year 700, the kingdom of the Hwicce was already starting to look a little faint. The borders were getting fuzzy, bled into the larger purple stain of the Mercian Empire. But if you looked at a map of the church, the ecclesiastical map, the Hwicce were drawn in thick, permanent, indelible lines. This preservation is due to one specific event: the creation of the Diocese of Worcester. It happened in the year 680. It was a year of bureaucratic surgery. The Archbishop of Canterbury at the time was a man named Theodore of Tarsus. Theodore is one of those wildly improbable figures in history. He was a Greek scholar from Tarsus, in modern-day Turkey. An old man by the time he arrived in misty, cold England. He brought with him the sharp, organizational mind of the Mediterranean. He looked at the English church and saw a mess. Specifically, he looked at Mercia. The Diocese of Mercia was enormous. It sprawled from the Welsh border to the North Sea, unmanageable for a single bishop. Theodore, with the blessing of the Mercian king Ethelred, decided to slice it up. He applied the principle of divide and rule. He carved out the territory of the Hwicce and said, "This shall be its own see." He chose Worcester, Weogorna, as the headquarters. Why Worcester? It wasn't the biggest city. Gloucester had the impressive Roman walls, and Bath had the miraculous springs. But Worcester had the ford. It was the central node of the river network. It sat right in the middle of the kingdom's belly. If you sat at Worcester, you could reach any part of the Hwicce lands within a day or two of riding. The boundaries of this new diocese were drawn to match the tribal boundaries exactly. This is the crucial point. The church didn't invent a new district. It consecrated the existing political reality. The bishopric of Worcester covered Worcestershire, Gloucestershire, and the southern half of Warwickshire. It was a carbon copy of the kingdom of the Hwicce. So, when the political kingdom eventually died, when the last king was buried and no new king was crowned, the diocese lived on. It became a ghost kingdom, preserving the shape and the identity of the Hwicce for another 1,000 years. Even today, if you look at the old pre-1540 diocese maps, you are looking at a snapshot of the Hwicce nation. But let's go back to 680. Imagine the arrival of the first bishop. His name was Bosul. We don't know much about Bosul's personality, but we can imagine the scene. He arrives in Worcester, perhaps coming up the river on a barge. He isn't a king with a warband. He is a shepherd with a flock. But make no mistake, he is a lord. He wears the ring of office. He carries the crozier. And he has the backing of the archbishop and the king of Mercia. He sets up his cathedra, his bishop's chair, in a small church dedicated to St. Peter. It was likely a modest timber building at first, standing inside the old Roman earthworks near the river. The cathedral we see today, the majestic sandstone pile of Worcester Cathedral, sits on the same spot, layered over Beaucel's wooden church like a pearl over a grain of sand. The establishment of the diocese changed the power dynamic of the region instantly. Before this, the king of the Hwicce, men like Osric or his brother Osher, was the undisputed top dog. But now, he had a rival. The Bishop of Worcester wasn't just a spiritual guide, he was a landlord. The kings began to grant massive estates to the church. We see a flood of charters in this period. I, Osher, give 20 hides of land at Penintanham to the bishop. Why give away your land? It goes back to that transaction we talked about. Land for salvation. But it was also practical. By turning land into bookland, land with a written charter, you secured it. It was protected by the curse of the church. If anyone stole it, they risked eternal damnation. For a king, giving land to the local bishop, who was often a relative or an ally, was a way of keeping it in the family while protecting it from secular rivals. This created a massive block of territory known as the Oswald Slough. Though that name comes later, the core was formed now. It was a state within a state. The Bishop of Worcester eventually possessed his own courts, his own tax collectors, and even his own military obligations. Life in Worcester began to revolve around the minster. The rhythms of the city were set by the bells calling the monks to prayer. Matins, lauds, vespers. The smoke of incense drifted out of the church and mixed with the smell of the fish markets and the tannery. The cathedral community was a familiar. It wasn't just monks. It was a mix of secular clerks, priests, and their households. Yes, in these early days, priests often had wives and children. The strict rule of celibacy hadn't fully clamped down yet. The cathedral close would have been a bustling village of clergy, playing with their kids in the shadow of the church, teaching them Latin, preparing the next generation to take over the family business of saving souls. The diocese also became the repository of memory. The monks at Worcester were obsessive record keepers. While other cathedrals burned or lost their archives, Worcester, by some miracle and a lot of care, kept theirs. The Hemmings Cartulary, compiled centuries later, preserves the texts of these early Anglo-Saxon charters. Because of this, we know more about the Hwicce than almost any other minor kingdom. We know the names of their villages. We know the names of the streams. We know that a man named Baduk held land at Bishop's Cleeve. We know the price of a slave. The bureaucracy of the diocese acted like a time capsule. But the establishment of the diocese also signaled the end of the Hwicce's military relevance. A kingdom that is defined by its bishopric is a kingdom that has retired from the Game of Thrones. The Hwicce were no longer looking to expand. They were looking to consolidate. They were becoming a holy land, a neutral ground of sorts. We see this in the succession of bishops. After Beaucel, who resigned due to poor health, the damp Severn air can be tough on the joints, came Oftfor. Oftfor is a great name. It means something like often traveler or frequent journey. He had studied in the wild Celtic north at the monastery of Whitby. and then traveled to Rome. He brought a cosmopolitan flair to Worcester. He was followed by Equine, Saint Egwin, a member of the Mercian royal family. Do you see the pattern? The bishopric became a job for the highest nobility. It was a princely station. Equine was a visionary who founded the great abbey of Evesham after seeing a vision of the Virgin Mary in a forest clearing. The founding of Evesham around 701 AD is another key moment. It shows the diocese filling up with institutions. Now you had Worcester, Gloucester, Bath, Pershore, and Evesham. The Hwicce kingdom was becoming the most densely monastic region in England. For the peasant in the field, this meant that his landlord was increasingly likely to be a man of God rather than a man of war. It meant that his rent, paid in grain, eels from the river, or honey, went to feed a choir of monks rather than a war band of hussars. Was this better? Probably. Monks were generally better landlords than warlords. They were more interested in stability and agricultural improvement. They built watermills. They drained swamps. They planted orchards. The Hwicce lands became a garden because the church had the capital and the long-term vision to invest in the land. However, there was friction. We have letters from this period where bishops complain about kings stealing church land, and kings complain about bishops not sending enough soldiers. It wasn't a utopia. It was a power struggle. But the die was cast. In 680, when Theodore drew those lines on the map, he ensured that the name Hwicce would survive. Even when the king of Mercia eventually decided to stop appointing a king of the Hwicce and appointed an ealdorman instead, the bishop remained. The bishop was the continuity. Kings are temporary. The diocese is eternal. Imagine standing on the banks of the Severn at twilight in the year 700. The ferryman is pulling his boat across the water. The lights of the bishop's hall are glowing on the hill. The chanting of the psalms drifts down to the water. The kingdom is quiet. It has been swallowed by the church, and in the belly of the whale, it is safe. But safety breeds complacency. And while the Hwicce were busy building their Jerusalem in the Cotswolds, the world outside was changing. The Mercian overlords were becoming more demanding. The economy was shifting, and the salt, the white gold of the kingdom, was becoming more valuable than ever. The diocese provided the spiritual borders, but the economy provided the pulse. And the heart of that economy wasn't in the cathedral. It was in the brine pits of Droitwich. That is where we must go next. We must trade the smell of incense for the smell of boiling salt. There is a specific kind of melancholy that hangs over a court in decline. It isn't the sharp, panic-stricken fear of a city under siege. It is softer than that. It is the quiet realization that the golden age is over. And now, we are just managing the estate. It is the feeling of walking through a grand hall where the tapestries are slightly faded, and the guests don't bow quite as low as they used to. We have arrived at the era of Hwicce and the sub-kings. If Osric was the visionary architect who built the spiritual infrastructure of the Hwicce, his brother Hwicce was the man who had to live in the reality of the political mortgage. Hwicce comes to the throne in the late 690s. By this time, the Mercian yoke we talked about earlier wasn't just a heavyweight, it was a permanent fixture. It was the gravity of the world. Let's look at the title. Subregulus. It's a Latin term that historians throw around, but taste the word for a moment. Sub-king. It's an oxymoron, isn't it? A king is supposed to be supreme. He is supposed to be the ring giver, the lord of hosts. To be a sub-king is to be a contradiction. It's like being an assistant regional monarch. Hwicce lived inside this contradiction. He was a man of high nobility, likely wearing the same gold and garnets as his ancestors. But his authority came with an asterisk. We see this humiliation etched in ink. There is a charter, a land grant, that survives from Hwicce's reign. In it, he gives land to a certain abbess named Gutsuida to build a minster at a place called Penintanham. It looks like a standard royal act. The king is being generous, but read the fine print. At the bottom of the document, or sometimes right in the preamble, there is a clause. Hwicce states that he is making this grant with the consent and permission of Ethelred, king of the Mercians. Imagine the scene in the scriptorium at Worcester. The scribe is dipping his quill. King Hwicce is dictating the terms. He wants to give this land to the church to save his soul. But he has to pause. He has to look at the Mercian ambassador standing in the corner of the room, arms crossed. And he has to add the line, "I can only do this because Ethelred says I can." It's a public admission that he doesn't own his own kingdom. The land of the Hwicce belongs to Mercia. Hwicce is just the tenant. This dynamic defines the generation of the sub-kings. They were the middle management of the Anglo-Saxon world. But we shouldn't feel too sorry for them. They were incredibly wealthy middle managers. The archaeological record doesn't show a drop in living standards for the Hwicce elite during this time. If anything, they got richer. Why? Because peace pays. The Pax Mercia meant that trade routes were open. The salt from Droitwich was flowing north without interruption. The wool from the Cotswolds was going south. Hwicce and his family took a cut of all of it. They might have lost their sovereignty, but they kept their revenue streams. They traded power for comfort. Hwicce himself seems to have been a capable ruler, navigating these treacherous waters with dignity. He focused on what he could control, the church. Like his brother Osric, he was a great patron. If he couldn't lead armies into battle, because Ethelred did that, he could lead processions into cathedrals. The Hwicce court became a place of high culture, of Latin learning, of refined manners. It was a soft court, distinct from the hard, martial court of the Mercian overlords. But the cracks were showing. When Hwicce died, the succession wasn't a straight line. It shattered. We find charters signed by three men, Ethelherd, Ethelweard, and Ethelric. They are described as the sons of Hwicce, and it seems they ruled together, a joint kingship of three brothers. That is a recipe for disaster, or at least a recipe for weakness. In the brutal mathematics of the Dark Ages, power divided is power diluted. If you have three sub-kings, you don't really have a king at all. You have a committee. This fragmentation might have been a deliberate strategy by Mercia. If you are the emperor, the merchant king, you don't want a strong, unified Hwicce nation led by a charismatic single leader. That's a threat. But three bickering brothers, that's perfect. You can play them off against each other. You can support one, then the other. You can keep them weak. We catch glimpses of these three brothers in the documents, flitting like ghosts. Ethelherd and Ethelwerd appear in charters, granting land, always with that telltale with permission clause. Ethelric is perhaps the most interesting. He survives longer than the others. In one charter, he describes himself as a subregulus and companion of King Ethelbald of Mercia. Companion, that's a nice word. It implies friendship, but in this context, it probably meant retainer. Ethelric was part of the Mercian king's entourage. He likely spent more time at the Mercian court in Tamworth than he did in his own hall in Gloucester. He was a courtier king, a man who held the stirrup for the real power. There is a specific document that captures the sadness of Ethelric's position. It's a dispute over land. It's always about land. The church at Worcester claimed that Ethelric had tried to reclaim some estates that his father Osher had given away. The bishop stood firm. The Mercian king stepped in to adjudicate, and Ethelric lost. Here is a king of the Hwicce being told by a bishop and a foreign king that he can't even control the land his own father owned. It shows how the walls were closing in. The church had become more powerful than the dynasty. The Mercian overlord was the only law that mattered. By the mid-8th century, the title of king, or even sub-king, begins to fade from the record entirely. The sons of Hwicce die out. And who replaces them? Nobody. Or rather, not a king. The next rulers of the Hwicce don't style themselves Rex. They use the title Ealdorman, Earl, or Dux, Duke. This is a profound shift. A king, even a sub-king, has a certain divine right. He has royal blood. An Ealdorman is an official. He is appointed. He can be fired. The transition from Hwicce's sons to the Ealdormen marks the moment the Hwicce ceased to be a kingdom and became a province. It wasn't a violent annexation. There were no burning cities. It was a bureaucratic reclassification. The Hwicce was simply absorbed into the administrative machinery of the greater Mercian Empire. But let's pause and look at the people one more time. Did the average farmer in the Vale of Evesham care that his lord was now an ealdorman instead of a king? Probably not. In fact, the ealdormanry of the Hwicce retained a huge amount of autonomy. The borders didn't change. The laws remained largely local. The Hwicce dialect was still spoken. The ghost kingdom continued to function. The ealdormen who took over were likely from the same old royal family anyway, just wearing a different hat. They were the descendants of Eanher and Osher, stripped of the royal title, but keeping the estates and the influence. It's a lesson in survival. The Hwicce elite realized that titles are vanity, but land is reality. They held onto the land. There is one figure from this twilight era who stands out: Ealdorman Ethelmund. We will meet him properly later, but he represents the new breed. He was a Hwicce nobleman, fierce and loyal, who rode to war not for his own crown, but for his Mercian masters. He died leading the Hwicce militia against the West Saxons. He proves that even without a king, the Hwicce still fought as a unit. They still had a national identity. They were still the people of the Hollow. So, the reign of Oshere and his sons is a story of a long, slow sunset. It is a story of golden shackles. It is the story of a family that learned to bow so that they wouldn't break. Imagine a feast in the Great Hall at Hwicce in the year 730. The torches are burning low. The poet is finishing his song. But the song isn't about the current king's victories, because there aren't any. The song is about the old days, about the ancestors, about the time before the permission clauses. The guests drink their wine, imported from France, paid for with Mercian coin, and they toast the subregulus. They know, deep down, that the game is up. They are passengers on someone else's ship. But the ship was sailing on a river of wealth. We have hinted at it, teased it, but now we must dive into it. The reason the Mercians tolerated the Hwicce, the reason they kept this little sub-kingdom intact rather than crushing it into dust, was simple. Salt. The Hwicce sat on the greatest natural treasure in Britain. While kings played their games of chess with crowns and charters, the men of Droitwich were boiling brine, and that brine was the currency that kept the whole system afloat. The kings might be fading, but the industry was just getting started. Let's leave the melancholy court of the sub-kings and go to the noisy, smoky, industrial heart of the kingdom. Let's go to the Saltwich. If you walked into a modern supermarket and dropped a bag of table salt on the floor, nobody would blink. It costs pennies. It's the stuff they throw on icy roads. But if you did that in the kingdom of the Hwicce, you would be throwing away gold dust. You would be watching a family's survival for the winter scatter across the dirt. We have spent a lot of time talking about kings, bishops, and battles, but civilizations don't run on charters and prayers. They run on calories, and in a world without refrigerators, without freezers, without vacuum sealing, there was only one way to keep your food from turning into a rotting, maggot-infested mess: salt. This single mineral was the linchpin of the Dark Age economy. If you controlled the salt, you controlled the harvest. You controlled the ability to store meat for the starving months of January and February. And the Hwicce, they were sitting on the biggest salt shaker in Britain. Welcome to Droitwich. In the early charters, it wasn't called Droitwich. It was simply Saltwich, the salt settlement. It sits on top of a massive underground reservoir of brine, so concentrated that it is 10 times saltier than the ocean. It is a geological freak of nature. The Romans knew about it. They called it Salinae. But when the legions left, the brine springs didn't stop flowing. The Hwicce took over this industrial legacy and turned it into the engine of their kingdom. We need to strip away the image of the sleepy, green Anglo-Saxon village for a moment. Droitwich was an industrial town. If you approached it in the 8th century, you would smell it before you saw it. A sharp, acrid tang in the air that stung the eyes. You would see a permanent haze of wood smoke hanging over the valley. The production method was brutal and simple. You needed 3 things: brine, lead, and wood. The brine bubbled up naturally at a place called Upwich, the main spring. The Hwicce workers would collect this liquid gold and pour it into massive lead pans, plummy, that sat over roaring fires. Then they boiled it, and boiled it, and boiled it. Imagine the heat. In the height of summer, standing next to a boiling vat of brine, feeding logs into a furnace. The sweat would be pouring off you, stinging your skin, which was already coated in a fine layer of salt dust. It was hard, thirsty, back-breaking work. The forest of Feckenham, which surrounded the area, was being slowly devoured to feed these fires. The demand for timber was insatiable. We can see the ecological footprint of the Hwicce salt industry in the pollen records. The trees disappearing, replaced by scrub and open land. They were burning the landscape to harvest the mineral. But the payout was astronomical. When the water evaporated, it left behind pure, white crystals. This salt was packed into baskets or wooden barrels and prepared for export. And I do mean export. Hwicce salt didn't just stay in Worcester. It went everywhere. This brings us to the salt ways. If you look at a map of the Midlands today, You can still trace these ancient roads. They radiate out from Droitwich like the spokes of a wheel. They weren't military roads. They were commercial arteries. There was the Upper Saltway heading towards the coast of Lincolnshire, the Lower Saltway heading to the West Country. These were the trade routes of the Hwicce. Every autumn, after the slaughter of the livestock, caravans of ox carts loaded with white crystals would rumble out of Droitwich. They were heading to the markets of Mercia, Wessex, and beyond. This trade gave the Hwicce a unique kind of leverage. Mercia, for all its military might, needed Droitwich. King Penda needed salt for his army's rations. King Offa needed salt for his royal feasts. You couldn't run an empire on rotten pork. This is likely why the Mercians were so careful with the Hwicce. You don't smash the machine that feeds you. In the charters, we see Mercian kings reserving rights to the salt pits. They wanted a cut. They claimed the toll on the wagons. For every cart that leaves the wick, 1 penny to the king. It was the first excise tax, but the salt was just one half of the economic equation. The other half was the river. The River Severn was the M5 motorway of the 8th century. It was a superhighway of water that connected the landlocked Midlands to the Bristol Channel and the wider world. While the roads were muddy ruts that turned into quagmires in winter, the river was always open, unless it froze, which was rare. The Hwicce were the gatekeepers of the Severn. They controlled the crucial stretch from the tidal estuary up to the deeper inland waters. Their boatmen were the truckers of the era. What were they moving? Downstream, they sent salt, iron from the Forest of Dean, wool, and cheese. Upstream, they brought the luxuries that made life worth living for the elite. Excavations in Hwicce settlements have found fragments of glass from the Rhineland, pottery from France, wine amphorae, even garnet stones from India, likely recycled through older jewelry, but still. This stuff didn't get there by magic. It came up the river. The boatmen of the Hwicce would have been a distinct subculture. Rough men who knew the tides, knew the sandbanks, and knew the toll collectors. They would navigate the dangerous currents of the Severn Bore, poling their flat-bottomed barges through the mist. There was a darker cargo too. We have to be honest about this. The Severn was a conduit for the slave trade. Warfare in this period produced captives. If the Mercians raided the Welsh borders, or the West Saxons raided the Hwicce, the prisoners weren't put in jail. They were marched to the river and sold. Bristol, which began to emerge as a port later in this period, and Gloucester were hubs for this human traffic. The Hwicce grew rich, not just on salt and wool, but on the misery of their neighbors. It's a grim reality, but it was a standard part of the Dark Age economy. This river wealth explains the prominence of Worcester. Worcester sits at a key point where the main Roman road crosses the river. It was the transshipment hub. The salt came down from Droitwich by cart, was loaded onto boats at Worcester, and floated down to the sea. The Bishop of Worcester, sitting in his cathedral, was effectively watching the GDP of the kingdom flow past his window. And the church wanted in. This is where the story of faith meets the story of finance. The monasteries we talked about, Bath, Gloucester, Evesham, weren't just praying stations. They were corporations. They deliberately acquired land near the salt pits. We have charters where kings grant salt rights to nuns. Imagine that. An abbess who owns a lead furnace in Droitwich. She would send her own agents to boil the brine and cart it back to the abbey. The salt was used to preserve the fish caught in the abbey's river weirs. It was a closed loop of production. The Bishop of Worcester became a major industrial magnate. He owned brine pits, wood rights in the forest, and ships on the river. The church was funding its art and architecture with the profits of industry. This economic complexity suggests that Hwicce society was more specialized than we often think. It wasn't just farmer and warrior. There were professional salters. There were professional boat builders. There were charcoal burners living in the woods. There were toll collectors. Everyone hates the taxman, even in the 8th century. This specialization creates resilience. When the political leadership failed, when the line of kings died out, the economy kept chugging along. The salt boilers didn't stop because there was a new ealdorman. The demand was constant. It also created a cosmopolitan atmosphere. If you were a trader in Gloucester, you heard foreign languages. You saw sailors from Ireland or Francia. You heard news from Rome. The Hwicce were plugged into the network. This openness might explain why their art styles were so eclectic. They were seeing things from all over the known world. A Hwicce brooch might combine a Celtic spiral, a Germanic animal motif, and a Roman geometric border. They were the ultimate cultural magpies, stealing shiny ideas from everyone they traded with. But this wealth was a double-edged sword. Being rich and weak is a dangerous combination. The massive revenues from the salt and the river tolls made the Hwicce a prize. The merchant kings didn't just want to tax them. They wanted to own them completely. As the 8th century progressed, we see the grip tightening. King Ethelbald of Mercia, and later the mighty Offa, began to treat the Hwicce lands as their personal piggy bank. They started granting Hwicce land to their own favorites, bypassing the local leaders entirely. The Saltwick was becoming a royal monopoly. The freewheeling days of the independent Hwicce traders were ending. The state was moving in. But before the heavy hand of Offa comes down, let's take a moment to appreciate the sheer vitality of this river kingdom. Stand on the wharf at Gloucester in the year 740. It's a noisy, smelly, vibrant place. Barrels are rolling, men are shouting. The smell of tar and salt fish is in the air. This wasn't a dark age here. It was a boom time. The Hwicce were the merchants of the Midlands, the brokers of the border. They turned the muddy water of the Severn and the brine of Droitwich into silver. They proved that you didn't need to be a great conqueror to be great. You just needed to own the one thing everyone else couldn't live without. The salt preserved their meat, and in a strange way, it preserved their history. The salt ways are still there, etched into the map of England. Ghost roads leading to a kingdom that no longer exists, but whose flavor is still in the soil. But now, the shadows are lengthening over the wharves. The greatest of the merchant kings is coming. A man who builds dikes, mints, gold coins, and treats Charlemagne as an equal. King Offa is about to turn the Hwicce from a client state into a mere county. The era of autonomy is ending. The era of supremacy is beginning. If history were a horror movie, King Offa of Mercia would be the monster that walks slowly but never stops coming. We have reached the middle of the 8th century. The Hwicce have enjoyed their golden age of salt wealth, monastic building projects, and a cozy, if slightly humiliating, relationship with their Mercian overlords. But in 757, a civil war in Mercia brought a new man to the throne. His name was Offa. And he didn't just want to be an overlord. He wanted to be the Rex Anglorum, the king of the English. For the Hwicce, Offa's reign was the moment the walls finally closed in. It wasn't a sudden invasion. Offa was too smart for that. He was a bureaucrat of genius, a man who understood that true power isn't just killing your enemies, it's controlling the paperwork. Under his long rule, which lasted until 796, the Hwicce kingdom was slowly, methodically dismantled, brick by brick, charter by charter. We can actually watch this happen in real time by reading the documents. At the beginning of Offa's reign, we still see the three Hwicce brothers, Eanbert, Uhtred, and Aldred, acting like kings. They issue land grants. They sit on their gift stools. They are still the local boys in charge. But watch what happens to their titles. In the 750s, they are Regulus, the king. By the 760s, they are sub-Regulus. By the 770s, they are simply Dux, Duke, or Ealdorman. It is a slow-motion demotion. Offa was stripping away their royal dignity, layer by layer, until they were nothing more than high-ranking officials in his government. There is a brutal clarity to Offa's interactions with the Hwicce. He stopped treating them as a client state and started treating them as a province. He began to seize land in the Hwicce territory without asking. If he wanted to give a nice estate in Gloucestershire to one of his loyal thegns from the Midlands, he just did it. The local Hwicce king wasn't even consulted. Imagine the atmosphere at the court in Winchcombe. The Hwicce brothers are sitting there, powerless, watching their ancestral lands being handed out like party favors to Offa's cronies. It must have been infuriating, but what could they do? Offa was building a massive dike on the Welsh border, Offa's Dyke. He was minting gold coins with his face on them in the style of a Roman emperor. He was corresponding with Charlemagne. You don't pick a fight with a man like that. Offa also tightened the screws on the church. He realized that the Bishop of Worcester held the keys to the kingdom's wealth, so he made sure the bishop answered to him. He interfered in elections. He demanded that church synods be held where he wanted them, often at Chelsea, near London, showing his reach. There is a famous story, well, famous to historians, about a dispute between Offa and the Bishop of Worcester over an estate at Bath. Offa basically bullied the bishop into handing it over. He wanted Bath. He wanted the prestige of the Roman city. The bishop had to fold. It showed everyone who was really in charge. The crozier might be powerful, but the sword was heavier. But Offa wasn't just a tyrant. He was a centralizer. He was trying to create a unified English state. In his mind, the little tribal identities, the Hwicce, the Magonset, the Domset, were obsolete. They were clutter. He wanted a streamlined machine. This meant the Hwicce elite had a choice: assimilate or vanish. Most of them chose to assimilate. We see Hwicce nobles appearing as witnesses on office charters, far away from their homes. They were being drawn into the orbit of the Mercian court. If you wanted to get ahead, you didn't stay in Worcester. You went to wherever Offa was. You became a Mercian in public, even if you were Hwicce in private. This brain drain hurt the local culture. The best and brightest was sucked into the Mercian vortex. The unique Hwicce flavor of art and jewelry began to fade, replaced by the standardized Offa style, high quality, very Roman, very imperial. Yet, there is a twist. Offa spent a lot of time in the Hwicce lands. He seemed to like it there. He held court at Winchcombe frequently. Why? Because it was comfortable. It was rich. The food was good. The monasteries were civilized. There is an irony here. Offa loved the Hwicce kingdom so much, he decided to live in it, and in doing so, he erased it. He made it his own. The royal residence at Winchcombe became almost a second capital for Mercia. By the end of Offa's reign, the Hwicce dynasty, the line of Eanhera and Osric, had effectively evaporated. The brothers Eanbert, Uhtred, and Aldred died, and they were not replaced by sons. The line of kings ended not with a bang, but with a silence. There was no last king of the Hwicce dying heroically on a battlefield. There was just an empty chair. When Offa died in 796, the Hwicce were no longer a kingdom in any meaningful political sense. They were an administrative district. They were a shire in waiting. But Offa left something behind in the Hwicce lands that was more permanent than his politics: his son. Offa had a son named Ecgfrith. He was terrified that Ecgfrith wouldn't inherit the throne. Mercian succession was a blood sport. So, Offa had Ecgfrith crowned king while Offa was still alive. This happened in 787, and where is the only place we find evidence of Ecgfrith exercising power before his father died? In the Hwicce lands. It seems Offa used the Hwicce territory as a training wheels kingdom for his son. He set Ecgfrith up as the titular ruler of the Hwicce to give him some practice at being a king. It's the ultimate insult to national pride. Your ancient, sacred kingdom is used as a summer internship for the emperor's son. Ecgfrith ruled Mercia for only 141 days after Offa died, before dying himself. Suspiciously, of course. But his brief tenure in the Severn Valley cemented the idea that this region was now direct royal property. It belonged to the crown. So, as we leave the 8th century, the Hwicce have lost their head. The body is still there. The people, the salt pits, the bishop. But the head is gone. The crown is now worn by a man in Tamworth. And yet, identity is a stubborn thing. You can take away a people's king, but you can't take away their stories. You can't take away the way they speak. The Hwicce dialect survived. The Hwicce saints, Egwin, Oswald, were still venerated. In the villages, life went on. The farmers still called themselves Hwicce. They still paid their church scot to Worcester. They still remembered the old kings. But the political game had changed. The Hwicce were now just pawns on a much larger board. And the players sitting at that board were about to change again. The supremacy of Mercia, which seemed so eternal under Offa, was fragile. To the south, the West Saxons, the old enemies from the days of Seolin, were waking up. A young man named Egbert was in exile at the court of Charlemagne, learning how to be an emperor. He would soon return to claim his birthright. And to the north, far to the north, strange ships with dragon heads were starting to appear on the horizon. The Vikings were coming, and they didn't care about charters or sub-kings or the supremacy of Offa. They cared about gold, and the Hwicce, with their rich monasteries and defenseless river, were sitting ducks. But before the storm breaks, we need to look at the paper trail. We have talked about charters as instruments of power, but they are also windows into the soul. Let's take a section to read between the lines of these dusty documents. Let's see what the scribes were really writing while the kings were posturing. History is usually written in blood, but in the kingdom of the Hwicce, it was written on sheepskin. We are going to pause the timeline for a moment to look at the dark matter of the historian's universe, the charters. To the untrained eye, these documents look incredibly boring. They are long, dense blocks of Latin text, full of formulaic prayers and legal jargon. But if you know how to read them, if you hold them up to the light just right, they are full of gossip, betrayal, and desperate power struggles. The Hwicce left behind an unusual number of these documents, preserved in the archives of Worcester Cathedral. They are the paper trail of a kingdom fighting for its life. First, you have to understand the technology. A charter wasn't just a receipt, it was a sacred object. It was written on vellum, calfskin or sheepskin that had been scraped, stretched, and dried until it was smooth. The ink was made from oak galls and iron salts, a mixture that burns into the skin, turning from purple to jet black over time. To book land, to turn it into bookland, was a magical act. It took land that belonged to the tribe or the folk and turned it into private, perpetual property that could be passed down to your heirs or the church forever. This was a revolution, and like all revolutions, it caused a lot of arguments. Let's look at a specific case. In the year 781, there was a massive showdown at the Council of Brentford. On one side was Heathord, the Bishop of Worcester. On the other side was King Offa of Mercia. The dispute was over the monastery at Bath and several other massive estates. Offa claimed that the Hwicce bishops had acquired these lands illegally, or that the original grants were invalid. He essentially accused the church of embezzlement. Bishop Heathord was cornered. He knew he couldn't win a legal fight against the most powerful man in Britain. So, they cut a deal, a settlement, the charter recording this is a masterpiece of political arm-twisting. Heathord agreed to hand over the famous monastery at Bath to Offa. In exchange, Offa graciously agreed to confirm the bishop's rights to the rest of his lands. Read between the lines. It was a shakedown. Offa wanted the jewel in the crown, Bath, and he threatened to confiscate everything else until the bishop handed it over. The charter is written in pious language, talking about peace and harmony, but it documents a robbery. It shows us that even the mighty church was vulnerable to the rapacious appetite of the merchant state. But the most fascinating parts of these charters are not the Latin legal bits at the top. They are the boundary clauses at the bottom. While the legal stuff was in Latin, God's language, the boundaries were written in Old English, the people's language. They had to be, because the people walking the boundaries needed to understand them. These descriptions take us out of the cathedral and drop us right into the mud of the 8th century countryside. They read like a fantastical treasure map. From the dragon's hoard to the old grey stone, then along the thief's valley to the place where the ash tree was struck by lightning. They mention the heathen burial place. They mention the goblin's pit, Buchanwil. They mention individual trees by name. This tells us something profound about the Hwicce worldview. The landscape was hyperlocal. Every hillock, every brook, every twisted oak tree had a name and a story. The legal definition of the kingdom wasn't based on GPS coordinates. It was based on shared memory. You know where old man Wulfric died? That's where your land ends. These charters also reveal the slow erasure of the Hwicce nobility. In the early charters, back in the days of Osric and Orsha, the witness lists are full of local names. We see the king's brothers, his sisters, his local war leaders signing with a cross. It feels like a family gathering. But as we move into the late 8th century, the witness lists change. The local Hwicce names vanish. They are replaced by the names of Mercian dukes and earls, men with names like Broda and Berchtwald. These were Offa's henchmen, parachuted in to run the show. It's a chilling bureaucratic evidence of a takeover. You can see the exact moment when the Hwicce elite stop being invited to the meetings. They are literally written out of the decision-making process. And then there is the issue of forgery. We have to be honest. The monks of Worcester were not above a little creative editing. Later in the medieval period, when the church's rights were threatened by Vikings or Normans, the monks would often find an old charter from the Hwicce era that just happened to prove exactly what they needed to prove. Oh, look, King Osric definitely gave us this fishing right in 680. It says so right here in this ink that is still slightly wet. Historians have spent decades trying to figure out which Hwicce charters are genuine and which are fakes. But even the fakes are interesting. They tell us what the monks believed was true, or what they desperately wanted to be true. They show a community trying to use the authority of the past to defend themselves in the present. One specific legal innovation from the Hwicce charters is the lease for 3 lives. The Bishop of Worcester couldn't just give away church land. That was a sin. But he needed to reward his retainers and knights. So, Oswald, a later bishop, perfected the lease system. I give you this land for your life, your son's life, and your grandson's life. After that, it comes back to the church. This created a unique social class in the Hwicce lands, a class of hereditary tenants who owed their loyalty to the bishop, not necessarily the king. It built a private army for the cathedral. It meant that for 3 generations, a family would fight for Worcester because their inheritance depended on it. This complex web of leases, rights, and lawsuits paints a picture of a society that was surprisingly litigious. We tend to think of the Dark Ages as a time of might makes right, where you just bashed someone with an axe if you disagreed. But the Hwicce seem to have loved a courtroom drama. They sued each other over water rights. They sued over salt bans. They sued over pigs eating acorns in the wrong forest. It suggests a stable society. You only sue people if you trust that the law works and the judge won't just kill you. The Pax Mercia might have been oppressive, but it provided a framework of law and order that allowed this paper-based society to function. So, when you look at a Hwicce charter, don't just see a boring legal text. See a snapshot of a kingdom in tension. See the bishop sweating as he signs away Bath to King Offa. See the farmer walking the boundary line, making sure his neighbor hasn't moved the old grey stone. See the scribe carefully scratching the name of a new Mercian overlord, wondering where the old Hwicce king went. These scraps of sheepskin are the only reason we know the names of the little people, the witnesses, the tenants, the neighbors. They are the voices whispering from the margins. But documents only tell us about the people who owned land. What about the people who worked it? The charters speak of hides and tributaries, but they don't tell us what it felt like to wake up in a smoky hut in the middle of winter, knowing you had to plow a frozen field before the sun went down. To understand the real Hwicce, the 99%, we have to put down the parchment and pick up the spade. We have to go into the fields, because while kings and bishops were arguing over who owned the land, the peasants were the ones who actually knew how to make it grow. While the scribes in Worcester were scratching out the boundaries of the universe on vellum, the people who actually lived within those boundaries were scratching the earth with iron. If we want to find the true heartbeat of the Hwicce kingdom, we have to leave the royal hall and the bishop's throne. We have to walk down the muddy track to the village. We have to duck our heads and step inside a Grubenhaus, a sunken hut. The first thing that hits you is the smell. It is a thick, complex perfume of wood smoke, unwashed wool, dried herbs hanging from the rafters, and the earthy scent of the dirt floor. It's dark in here. Windows are just slits in the timber walls, covered with stretched animal skin to keep out the wind. The only light comes from the central hearth, where a fire is always burning. If the fire goes out, it's a disaster. Flint and steel are fiddly. Keeping the embers alive is a sacred duty. This is where the Gebur lives, the peasant. In the Hwicce hierarchy, you had the king, the ealdormen, the thanes, the warrior nobility, and then the vast ocean of the Kjorls, free peasants, and the slaves. Most people were farmers. Their lives weren't governed by the signing of treaties. They were governed by the sun, the rain, and the mud. The Hwicce landscape presented a specific challenge. The Vale of Evesham and the Severn Valley are made of heavy clay. It's rich soil, full of nutrients, but it is heavy. You can't just scratch it with a stick. To unlock the calories trapped in that clay, the Hwicce used the heavy moldboard plough. This was the machine that built England. Unlike the light scratch ploughs of the Mediterranean that just tickled the surface, the heavy plough had a coulter, a knife to cut the sod, and a moldboard to turn the soil over. It required a team of 8 oxen to pull it. Now, think about the economics of that. No single peasant owned 8 oxen. An ox was as expensive as a Ferrari relative to their income. So, the village had to cooperate. I bring 2 oxen, you bring 2, the guy down the road brings 1. We plow my strip of land, then we plow yours. This created the open field system. There were no fences between farms. The village lands were one giant, open patchwork of strips. This enforced a communal way of life that we can barely imagine today. You couldn't be an individualist if you decided to harvest your wheat early. You'd be trampling your neighbor's barley. Everyone had to work in sync. The village was a single organism. The visual legacy of this is the ridge and furrow. If you drive through the Midlands today, especially in the late afternoon when the shadows are long, look at the sheep pastures. You will see a corrugated pattern in the grass, long, gentle waves of earth. Those are the ghosts of the Hwicce ploughmen. By turning the soil inward toward the center of the strip year after year, they created these ridges to help with drainage in the damp valley bottom. You are looking at the fossilized sweat of 1,000 years. The year for a Hwicce peasant was a wheel of anxiety. It starts in spring, Lenten, Lent. This was the hungry gap. The winter stores were running low. The salted pork was gone. The grain bins were dusty. But the work was hardest now. The heavy clay had to be plowed for the spring barley. You were working on empty calories, pushing the plow through the sticky mud, watching the sky for rain. If it was too wet, the oxen would mire. If it was too dry, the clay would bake into brick. Then came summer, the hay harvest. This was crucial. No hay meant the oxen would starve in winter. No oxen meant no plowing next year. No plowing meant you starve. The entire village, men, women, children, would be out in the meadows near the Avon or the Severn, swinging scythes. It was a race against the thunderheads piling up over the Welsh hills. Autumn was the climax. the grain harvest, but also the pannage. The Hwicce lands were heavily wooded. The forests of Feckenham, Arden, and Wychwood were vital. In autumn, the oak trees dropped acorns. The peasants would drive their pigs into the woods to fatten them up on the mast. The pig was the quintessential animal of the Hwicce peasant. It could forage for itself. It grew fast, and it provided the fat and protein needed to survive the cold. November was the blood month, Blodmonat. This is when the surplus animals were slaughtered. You couldn't feed them all winter, so you killed them and salted the meat, using that Droitwich salt. It was a time of feasting on fresh meat, black pudding, sausages, roast pork, before the long, grey, dark set in. Winter was for indoor work, weaving, repairing tools, threshing grain in the barn. It was a time of storytelling. This is when the oral history of the kingdom was kept alive. Sitting around the fire, the elders would tell tales of the old giants, of Woden. Even if they were Christians now, the old stories lingered, and of the great battles of the past. But what did they actually eat? The Hwicce diet was bread heavy. Bread was the plate, the spoon, and the meal, wheat for the rich, barley and rye for the poor. They ate pottage, a stew that was constantly simmering on the fire. You threw in whatever you had: beans, peas, onions, leeks, cabbage. If you were lucky, a bit of bacon. If you were near the river, eels. They drank ale, lots of it. Water was dangerous. Ale was safe. It was weak, thick, and nutritious, liquid bread. Even the children drank it. It wasn't a miserable life, but it was a fragile one. A bad harvest meant death. A sickness among the cattle meant ruin. And there was always the threat of violence. We tend to think of war as armies meeting on a field. But for the peasant, war meant a raiding party burning your barn. It meant mercenaries stealing your daughter. The Hwicce lands were relatively peaceful under the Mercian peace, but the borders were never truly safe. The Welsh were always raiding from the west, and later the Vikings would come. The peasant had no armor. His weapon was his seax, knife, or perhaps a spear if he was called up for the fyrd, the militia. But mostly, his job was to run into the woods and hide the cows until the men with swords went away. There is a profound dignity in this existence. The charters we read in the last section speak of kings giving the land. But the king didn't know the land. The peasant knew that the soil in the far furlong was sandy and needed more manure. He knew that the oak tree by the ford was hollow and home to a tawny owl. He knew the land intimately, inch by inch, because he walked it every single day of his life. The structure of the village was also the structure of the church. The minster system meant that priests would come out to the villages to preach at the cross. The peasants' understanding of Christianity was very physical. It was about protection. You prayed to St. Peter not for spiritual enlightenment, but so your sheep wouldn't get foot rot. You baptized your child so the elves wouldn't steal him. There was also a class of people we rarely mention: the slaves, Thiau. Anglo-Saxon society was a slave society. The Hwicce economy relied on unfree labor. These were the people who did the hardest, dirtiest jobs: the ploughmen on the great estates, the women grinding grain on hand querns for hours a day. They had no rights. They could be bought and sold like cattle. It's the dark shadow behind the pastoral beauty of the Cotswolds. When we picture the Golden Age, we have to remember the people in chains who polished the gold. Yet, There was social mobility. A slave could be freed, manumitted, often in a will. A free peasant could fall into slavery if he couldn't pay his debts, or if he broke the law. It was a fluid, dangerous world. The Hwicce peasant was also a craftsman. The archaeology shows us beautiful things made of bone, wood, and leather, combs carved from antlers, shoes with intricate stitching. Just because they were poor didn't mean they didn't appreciate beauty. They carved patterns into their spoon handles. They wove bright colors into their clothes using vegetable dyes, madder for red, woad for blue, weld for yellow. A Hwicce village on a festival day would have been a colorful place. So, when the Hwicce kingdom disappeared into Mercia and then into England, did the peasant notice? Probably not. The tax collector might have changed his accent, but the tax remained. The prayers in the church remained. The mud remained. The resilience of the Hwicce lies here. The kings and bishops were the flowers of the plant, showy, visible, but easily cut off. The peasantry were the roots. They went deep. They survived the frosts and the storms, and they were about to face the biggest storm of all. Up until now, the threats to the Hwicce had been internal, other English kingdoms squabbling over borders. But in the 9th century, the world opened up in a terrifying way. The Northmen were coming. The peasant standing in his field near Gloucester might have looked up one day and seen something impossible. A ship, but not a river barge, a long, sleek predator of a ship, painted with dragons, sliding up the Severn on the tide. The Vikings didn't want to conquer the Hwicce, at least not at first. They wanted to liquidate them. They saw the monasteries not as holy sites, but as banks with no security guards. The era of the great heathen army was approaching. The peace of the valley was about to be shattered by the howl of the shield wall, and the Hwicce peasant, with his heavy plough and his leather jerkin, would find himself standing between his home and the most efficient killing machines the world had ever seen. The harvest is in. The days are growing short. The fire is built high in the hall, but the stories told tonight are not of old giants. They are rumors. Rumors of smoke on the horizon. Rumors of the heathen men. The river had always been the mother of the Hwicce. It gave them fish. It carried their salt. It watered their fields. But in the 9th century, the river betrayed them. For hundreds of years, the Hwicce had looked west across the Severn with a wary eye, watching for the Welsh. They had looked south to the woods, watching for the West Saxons, but they had never really looked down the river towards the open sea, with anything other than anticipation for the next trading barge. The sea was far away. The sea was for stories. Then the dragon prows broke through the mist. The arrival of the Vikings changed the psychological landscape of England overnight. Before this, war was a game played by gentlemen, or at least by Christian kings who followed a certain set of rules. You fought in the summer. You exchanged hostages. You generally left the churches alone because you feared the wrath of God. The Vikings didn't play by these rules. They were the heathens, a force of nature that struck with the speed of a lightning bolt and the brutality of a butcher. And they realized very quickly that the kingdom of the Hwicce was essentially a giant, undefended jewelry box. The Hwicce lands were perfect targets. All that monastic wealth we talked about, the gold chalices in Gloucester, the jeweled gospel books in Worcester, the silver shrines in Evesham. They were sitting in wooden buildings, often near navigable rivers, guarded by men whose only weapon was prayer. To a Viking raider, it must have looked like a gift from Odin. The first raids were sporadic, shocking, bloody punctures in the peace. A monastery burned here, a village sacked there. But by the mid-9th century, the nature of the threat shifted. We were no longer dealing with small pirate crews looking for a quick grab. We were dealing with the Michael heathen here, the great heathen army. This was a migration disguised as an invasion. Thousands of warriors, intent not just on looting, but on conquering. They swallowed Northumbria. They dismembered East Anglia, using the king of that land for archery practice. And then they turned their eyes to Mercia. The Hwicce, as the southern province of Mercia, found themselves on the front line of a war they couldn't win. The Mercian king at the time was Burgred. He has gone down in history as a failure, but that's a little unfair. He was facing the apocalypse with a shovel. He tried to fight, but the Vikings were too fast, too mobile. So he did the only thing he could. He paid. He paid them massive sums of silver, the Danegeld, to go away. And where did that silver come from? A lot of it was squeezed out of the Hwicce. The rich monasteries of Worcester and Gloucester were melted down to buy another year of life. The Hwicce were literally stripping their own altars to feed the dragon. But the most terrifying moment for the Hwicce came in the year 807. By this point, the great heathen army had split. One half went north to settle. The other half, led by the cunning warlord Guthrum, turned south. They tore through the heart of Mercia. King Burgred panicked, abdicated, and fled to Rome to die in peace, leaving his people to the wolves. Mercia collapsed. The great superpower of the Midlands, the empire of Penda and Offa, just broke. The eastern half was swallowed by the Vikings and became part of the Danelaw. The western half, including the Hwicce lands, was left hanging by a thread. And then Guthrum did something nightmare-inducing. He decided to move in. In the autumn of 877, after harassing Alfred of Wessex, Guthrum marched his army into the Hwicce heartland. He set up his winter camp at Gloucester. Imagine that. The capital of the Hwicce province, the city of Roman walls, and Osric's Abbey, was now the headquarters of the heathen army. The Hwicce citizens had to live side by side with the men who had burned their neighbors. They had to feed them. They had to stable their horses. It was an occupation. The tension in Gloucester that winter must have been suffocating. The Vikings were celebrating Yule with blood sacrifices to Thor, while the monks in the minster nearby were whispering mass in the dark, praying for deliverance. It was a clash of civilizations happening in the same street. Then, in a surprise midwinter attack, Guthrum launched his famous strike against Alfred of Wessex, driving him into the swamps of Athelney. For a few months, it looked like England was over. The Vikings had won. The Hwicce were now just subjects of a Scandinavian empire. But Alfred didn't stay in the swamp. He came back. He rallied the Fyrd of the West Saxons and defeated Guthrum at the Battle of Edington in 878. It was the miracle the Christians had been praying for. However, the war didn't end instantly. Defeated but not destroyed, Guthrum retreated. And where did he go? He came back to the Hwicce lands. He marched his army to Cirencester and stayed there for an entire year. So, for the second time, the Hwicce had to host the enemy. Cirencester, the old Roman city in the Cotswolds, became a Viking fortress. This year, 879, was a pivotal moment. The Hwicce were the buffer zone. If Guthrum decided to break the treaty and attack again, the Hwicce would be the first to die. If Alfred decided to push north, the Hwicce lands would be the battlefield. But something remarkable happened in Cirencester. Guthrum kept his word. He had accepted baptism as part of the surrender, taking the name Athelstan. And he seems to have taken it somewhat seriously. The Hwicce priests found themselves in the surreal position of catechizing the very warlords who had threatened to slit their throats. Eventually, Guthrum packed up his army and left. He marched east to East Anglia to settle down and become a king. The Hwicce watched the dust settle with disbelief. They were still standing, but the world had changed. The kingdom of the Hwicce was now a survivor in a shattered landscape. The old Mercian hierarchy was gone. There was no king in Tamworth anymore, or at least no king that anyone respected. The eastern half of Mercia was Viking territory. The Hwicce were now the eastern frontier of English England. This new reality forced a massive shift in how the Hwicce lived. The open, undefended trading posts of the past were suicide. The Vikings had proven that if you wanted to survive, you needed walls. This is the beginning of the Boer system in the Hwicce lands. Worcester, Gloucester, Winchcombe, they began to fortify. The bishops and ealdormen stopped building decorative arches and started building ramparts. They dug deep ditches. They pulled stone from the Roman ruins to patch the walls. The processional cross was replaced by the watchtower. The church, too, was traumatized. We see a change in the charters. Bishops started leasing land to professional warriors, specifically on the condition that they help build the defenses. I give you this farm, but you must help fix the bridge and the wall. It was the militarization of the entire society. The intellectual culture took a hit as well. Many books had been burned. The Latin literacy that the Hwicce were so proud of began to decline. Bishop Werfurth of Worcester, a key figure in this era, later lamented how far learning had fallen. He became a close ally of King Alfred, helping him translate books into English, because the priests could no longer understand Latin. This connection to Alfred is the key to the next phase. With Mercia broken, the Hwicce naturally gravitated toward the only strong man left standing, Alfred of Wessex. It was a strange reversal. For centuries, the Hwicce had defined themselves against the West Saxons. They were the enemies from Dyrham. But now, Alfred was the savior. The Hwicce nobility realized that their best chance of survival wasn't to try to rebuild the old Mercian state, but to align themselves with the rising sun of the south. But they didn't become West Saxon. They retained their Mercian identity, but in a new, truncated form. They became English Mercia, the free remnant of the Old Kingdom. The Viking Age also changed the economy. The salt trade was disrupted, but not stopped. The Vikings needed salt too. In fact, trade with the Danelaw, the Viking East, likely opened up new markets. We find Viking-style jewelry in Hwicce graves, suggesting that once the killing stopped, the dealing started. The Hwicce were pragmatic. If a Viking warlord wanted to buy high-quality wool or salt, and his silver was good, they would sell. However, the psychological scar remained. The Hwicce developed a deep, abiding fear of the Northmen. We see it in the homilies written in Worcester, sermons describing the Vikings as the scourge of God, sent to punish the people for their sins. The landscape itself felt less safe. The forests, once places of pannage for pigs, were now potential hiding spots for raiding parties. The river, once a friend, was now a threat vector. People moved their settlements away from the riverbanks, up to higher ground. As the 9th century drew to a close, the Hwicce were a hardened people. The soft golden haze of the monastic age had been blown away by the cold wind from the north. They were survivors of the apocalypse. But survival required a new kind of leader. The old line of sub-kings was long gone. The weak King Burgred was dead in Rome. The Hwicce needed a warlord who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Alfred the Great. They needed a man who could command the loyalty of the shattered Mercian nobility and the respect of the Hwicce bishops. They found him, or rather, Alfred found him. His name was Ethelred. He is known to history as the Lord of the Mercians. He wasn't a king. He never claimed that title, out of respect for Alfred. But he was a king in all but name, and his base of power, the Hwicce lands. Gloucester became his capital. Worcester became his spiritual home. Under Ethelred, the Hwicce were about to enter a new, militant golden age. They would become the anvil upon which Alfred forged the Kingdom of England. But to do that, they had to accept that their independence was gone forever. They were now soldiers in a national army. The Vikings had destroyed the old Hwicce world, but they had inadvertently cleared the ground for something bigger. The Shire was coming. In the late 9th century, the Hwicce found themselves in a room where the ceiling was getting lower and lower. The old kingdom of Mercia, that vast bullying empire that had dominated them for 2 centuries, was gone. It had been sliced in half by the Viking axe. The eastern half was now the Danelaw, ruled by men who worshipped Thor. The western half, which included the Hwicce lands, was free, but it was terrified. It was a failed state. The king had fled to Rome. The army was shattered. By all rights, the Hwicce should have been the next course on the Viking menu. But they weren't. And the reason they weren't is a man named Ethelred. Ethelred is one of the unsung heroes of English history. He doesn't get the statues that Alfred the Great gets. He doesn't get the romantic novels that his wife, Ethelflaed, gets. But without him, the Hwicce lands would almost certainly be speaking Danish today. He appears in the history books around 883, carrying a title that is beautifully ambiguous: Dominus Merciorum, Lord of the Mercians. Notice he isn't called King, Rex. He isn't called Ealdorman, Earl. He is the Lord. It's a title that commands respect, but acknowledges reality. The reality was that there was only one king left in English England, and that was Alfred of Wessex. Ethelred made the hard, pragmatic choice. Instead of trying to claim the crown of Mercia and fighting a 2-front war against the Vikings and Wessex, he bent the knee. He accepted Alfred as his overlord. In exchange, Alfred gave him an army, a pile of silver, and, most importantly, his daughter. The marriage of Ethelred to Ethelflaed is the turning point for the Hwicce. This wasn't just a wedding, it was a merger. It united the military might of Wessex with the strategic resources of the Severn Valley, and it made the Hwicce heartland the new cockpit of the resistance. Because the old Mercian capital of Tamworth was too close to the Viking border, Ethelred moved his base of operations south. He moved it to the Hwicce capital, Gloucester. Suddenly, the old Roman city of Clevum, which had been sleepy and half-ruined for centuries, was the center of the universe. Ethelred and Ethelflaed set up their court there. They weren't just visiting, they were building a dynasty. The Hwicce lands were no longer a province. They were the bunker where the last free Mercians were making their stand. The culture of this court was intensely martial. You didn't become a courtier by writing good poetry anymore. You became one by knowing how to kill Vikings. But it was also deeply pious. Ethelred understood that to unite his shattered people, he needed a symbol. He needed a saint. But not just any saint. He needed a kingly saint, a warrior saint. So, in 909, Ethelred and Ethelfled launched a daring raid. It wasn't a raid for gold or slaves. They sent their army deep into the Danelaw, into the hostile territory of Bartney in Lincolnshire. Their target, a grave. They dug up the bones of St. Oswald. Oswald was a famous Northumbrian king who had been killed by Penda, the old pagan Mercian, centuries earlier. His body had been dismembered and scattered. By recovering his relics and bringing them back to Gloucester, Ethelred was performing a massive piece of political theatre. He was saying, "The glory of the old English kings lives on here. We are the guardians of the past." They built a magnificent new minster in Gloucester to house the bones, the golden minster of St. Oswald. It was a statement. It shouted to the Vikings, "You might have the land, but we have the power of God." The arrival of St. Oswald's bones transformed Gloucester. It became a pilgrimage site. It gave the Hwicce people a new patron. You can imagine the procession as the relics were carried through the streets. The Lord and Lady walking barefoot behind the bier. The crowds cheering. It was a moment of rebirth. But Ethelred wasn't just a relic hunter. He was an urban planner. He looked at Worcester, the spiritual capital of the Hwicce, and saw a death trap. The old defenses were crumbling. The cathedral was exposed. So he called a meeting. The Council of Worcester in the late 890s is recorded in a fascinating charter. It is a negotiation between Ethelred, Ethelfled, and the Bishop of Worcester, Werfurth. The deal was simple. We, the Lord and Lady, will build a burh, a fortified wall, around the city to protect the market and the church. In exchange, we want half of the tax revenue from the market and the legal fines. This is a crucial moment in the history of taxation. It's the origin of the protection racket state. The government says, "We will build a wall so you don't get killed, but you have to pay us forever." The bishop agreed. He didn't have much choice. Worcester was fortified. The streets were laid out in a grid pattern that you can still walk today. The Hwicce capital was turning into a garrison town. This militarization seeped into the very soil of the Hwicce identity. The old tribal feeling was fading. People stopped thinking of themselves primarily as Hwicce and started thinking of themselves as the men of Gloucester or the men of Worcester. The identity was becoming civic, tied to the fortified towns rather than the ancient folk group. Ethelred's rule was a time of constant, grinding warfare. Every summer, the campaigning season would open. The Hwicce Fyrd militia would be summoned. Farmers would put down their scythes, pick up their spears, and march north to the border. They fought at Buttington. They fought at Tettenhall. They were the shield wall that held the line while Alfred and his son Edward secured the south. It must have been exhausting. A generation of men who knew nothing but war. But it forged a bond between the leader and the led. Ethelred was a battle lord. He led from the front. But his health was failing. By the early 900s, Ethelred was sick. We don't know what he had. Perhaps a wound that never healed. Perhaps a wasting disease. As he grew weaker, his wife, the formidable Ethelfled, stepped forward. This is one of the most remarkable partnerships in history. Usually, when a warlord gets sick, the sharks start circling. Rivals try to seize power. But in the Hwicce court, there was no coup. Ethelfled simply took the reins. She issued charters. She commanded the army. The Hwicce nobles, men who lived by the sword, followed a woman without hesitation. This speaks volumes about the Hwicce culture, perhaps the old, mixed heritage, the influence of those powerful abbesses we talked about earlier, made them more open to female rule. Or perhaps they just recognized competence when they saw it. Ethelfled was Alfred's daughter. She had iron in her spine. Ethelred died in 911. He was buried in his golden minster at Gloucester, right next to the bones of St. Oswald. His death marks the end of an era. With him died the last semblance of a semi-independent Mercian state. Yes, Ethelfled would rule on for a few glorious years as the Lady of the Mercians, but the writing was on the wall. The integration with Wessex was deepening. For the Hwicce, Ethelred's legacy was the shiring of their kingdom. If you look at a map of the Hwicce lands today, you are looking at a crime scene that has been tidied up. You see the orderly streets of Worcester, the ring road of Gloucester, the quaint stone cottages of Winchcombe. But if you strip away the tarmac and the modern brick, you find the scars of panic. The late 9th and early 10th centuries were the era of the burr. Before this, the Hwicce had lived a horizontal life. They spread out. Farms were open, monasteries were unwalled gardens, and trade flowed freely along the river. But the Viking trauma changed the geometry of their world. It forced them to live vertically. It forced them to build up. A burr, the root of our modern word burrow, wasn't just a castle. A castle is for a lord. A burr is a lifeboat for the people. It is a fortified town, a designated safe zone, where the entire population of the surrounding countryside could run when the warning beacons were lit. The transformation of Worcester is the perfect example of this new, paranoid architecture. For centuries, Worcester had been a spiritual center, open to the river and the sky. But under the orders of Ethelred and the Lady Ethelfled, it became a fortress. We actually have the document that authorized this, a charter from the 890s that reads like a desperate contract between survival and taxation. In it, Bishop Werfurth and the Lord Ethelred agree to build the borough-work, Burr Wheel, for the love of God and St. Peter, and also for the protection of the people. Imagine the noise. For years, the chant of the monks was drowned out by the sound of construction. Thousands of oak trees were felled to make the palisades. Massive ditches were dug by men standing knee-deep in mud, knowing that if they didn't dig deep enough, the Danes would come back. They laid out a new street grid inside the walls. This wasn't the organic, winding mess of a tribal village. This was military planning. They built a high street running parallel to the river, intersected by side streets. If you walk through Worcester today, you are still walking on this Anglo-Saxon grid. The skeleton of the Hwicce burr is still under your feet. But the deal came with a price. The charter explicitly states that in exchange for these walls, the lord and lady would split the market tolls and legal fines with the bishop. This is the birth of the state as we know it. You get safety, but you pay for it with every transaction you make. Every time you sold a pig, a penny went to the wall. Downriver at Gloucester, the project was even more ambitious. Here, the Hwicce had a head start. The Roman walls of Clevum were still standing, though they were battered and overgrown with ivy. The Hwicce engineers became scavengers. They pulled down the ruined Roman temples and villas to patch the gaps in the defenses. They were cannibalizing the past to save the future. Gloucester became the military capital. If Worcester was the brain, Gloucester was the fist. The street plan here was rigid, based on the old Roman cross pattern. Inside these walls, the population density skyrocketed. People abandoned their isolated farmsteads in the dangerous countryside and crowded into the burh. Life inside the walls must have been intense. Picture a pressure cooker. You have soldiers, priests, refugees, merchants, and animals all packed into a tight, enclosed space. The smell would have been incredible. Wood smoke, manure, unwashed wool, and the metallic tang of the smithy. But it was safe. For the first time in generations, a Hwicce child could sleep through the night without the fear of a Viking axe crashing through the door. These burhs weren't just passive shields. They were economic engines. Because everyone was crammed inside, commerce exploded. Markets that used to be held in open fields were now held in the town square, under the watchful eye of the reeve. This concentration of people and wealth required a new kind of economy, the economy of silver. During this period, the Hwicce mints went into overdrive. You can't pay a standing army with cows. It's too clumsy. You need coin. The mints at Gloucester and Worcester began striking thousands of silver pennies. These coins bear the name of Alfred or Edward the Elder, but they were hammered out by Hwicce hands. The moneyers, the men licensed to strike coin, became a powerful new class. Men with names like Egmund and Sigeferth. They were the bankers of the boor. If you look at the coins from this era, they are often crude, the silver hammered thin. They look like they were made in a hurry. And they were. They were money for a war economy. There is a third burh that deserves a mention, one that feels more like a ghost story. Winchcombe. Winchcombe was the ancient heart of the Hwicce royalty, the valley where the early kings like Coenwulf were buried. In the shiring process, Winchcombe was initially given its own shire, Winchcombeshire. It had its own walls, its own mint, its own sheriff. But it didn't last. It was too small, too close to Gloucester. Eventually, the shire was dissolved and absorbed into Gloucestershire. Winchcombe is the lost capital, a burh that failed to launch. Today, it's a beautiful, sleepy town. But if you look at the earthworks on the edge of town, you can see the ambition that once burned there. It wanted to be a metropolis. History had other plans. The maintenance of these walls was a relentless burden. It was called burbot, the borough duty. Every hide of land in the kingdom was assessed. If you owned land, you had to provide men to fix the wall. One man for every hide. It was a primitive form of conscription. Imagine the crumbling. A farmer in the Cotswolds, 50 miles away from Gloucester, being told he has to leave his harvest and go haul stones for a wall he might never see. But the fear of the Vikings was the glue that held this system together. The memory of the great heathen army was fresh enough that people paid the tax. They grumbled, but they paid. And the system worked. When the Vikings returned, and they did return, they found the Hwicce lands were a nut they couldn't crack. They would ride up to the gates of Worcester, see the bristling timber palisades, see the spears glinting on the ramparts, and decide to go somewhere easier. The burhs turned the Hwicce territory into a denial zone. But the walls did something else. They changed the psychology of the people. Before the Boers, identity was tribal. You were Hwicce because you were born in the Hwicce Valley. But now, identity was becoming urban. You were a burgher. You belonged to the town. This is the beginning of the civic pride that defines England to this day. The loyalty shifted from the folk to the borough. Inside these safe zones, culture began to resprout. It's hard to write a book or paint a manuscript when you are running for your life. But behind a 12-foot stone wall, you can set up a scriptorium. You can open a school. We see a resurgence of craft. The pottery from Gloucester in this period, Gloucesterware, starts to appear. It's functional, sturdy stuff made on a wheel. It shows an industry that is settling down, investing in equipment, looking to the future. The Boers also served as springboards. Ethelfled, the lady of the Mercians, didn't just hide behind these walls. She used them as bases to launch her counterattacks into the Danelaw. The Hwicce armies would muster at Gloucester, march out to capture a Viking town like Derby or Leicester, and then retreat back to the safety of the Bur for the winter. The Hwicce had become a garrison society. They were the Spartans of the Severn, but there was a spiritual cost to this fortification. The monasteries, which had once been quiet places of retreat, were now often smack in the middle of a noisy garrison town. The monks of Worcester complained that the singing of the choir was interrupted by the shouting of the market and the clanking of soldiers. The purity of the monastic life was being compromised by the grit of the city. The old minsters were becoming secular colleges, staffed by married priests who lived in town, owned property, and acted more like local magistrates than holy men. They were useful, yes. They helped run the Bur. But were they holy? This tension between the city of God and the city of man was growing. The walls kept the Vikings out, but they locked the worldliness in. The church was becoming corrupt, comfortable, and rich. As the 10th century progressed and the Viking threat began to recede, at least for a while, the Hwicce found themselves living in these bustling, wealthy, walled towns. They had survived the war. Now they had to survive the peace. The Bur had saved the body of the Hwicce, but some feared it was killing their soul. The monasteries were in disarray. The priests were illiterate. The discipline of the early saints was forgotten. It was time for a cleanup. It was time for a revolution that wouldn't happen on the battlefield, but in the cloister. The walls were built. Now it was time to decorate the inside. And for that, we need a new kind of hero. Not a warrior lord like Ethelred, but a fanatic. A man who looked at the comfortable, married canons of Worcester and saw a rot that needed to be cut out. His name was Oswald. Not the dead king whose bones lay in Gloucester, but a living bishop who was about to turn the Hwicce church upside down. The era of the monastic reform was about to hit the Boers like a splash of ice-cold water. Under his administration, the old organic divisions of the landscape were reorganized into efficient military districts centered on the main towns. Winchcombeshire, which briefly existed, Gloucestershire, Worcestershire. These weren't tribal homelands anymore. They were tax districts and recruitment zones for the army. The ancient name Hwicce began to drop off the maps. It lingered in the church. The Bishop of the Hwicce was still a title used occasionally. But politically, you were now a man of Worcestershire or Gloucestershire. The administrative machine of the West Saxon court was slowly digesting the old kingdom. But let's pause and give Ethelred his due. He was the bridge. He took a terrified, broken people and gave them a spine. He fortified their cities. He gave them a saint. He married them to the house of Alfred. Imagine the streets of Gloucester on the day of his funeral, the sombre tolling of the minster bells, the smoky torchlight reflecting off the Roman walls he had repaired. The Hwicce people lining the streets knew that they were losing a protector. They knew that without him, they would have been slaves to the Danes. They didn't know yet that his widow, the Lady Ethelfled, was about to go on one of the greatest military winning streaks in English history. They didn't know that the Hwicce armies were about to go on the offensive. The defensive crouch of Ethelred's years was over. The Hwicce were about to march out of their valley and reclaim the north. The Lord was dead. Long live the lady. But before we follow the lady into battle, we need to look at the legacy of those walls Ethelred built. The Burg wasn't just a fortress. It was a new way of living. It was the birth of the town. The Hwicce were becoming urban creatures, and in the muddy streets of these new towns, a new class of people was rising. The burghers, the shopkeepers, the moneyers. The sword protected the town, but the coin made it run. And under the lord and lady, the Hwicce mints were hammering out silver pennies as fast as they could. The war machine needed fuel. Peace, as they say, is often just the interval between wars. But sometimes peace can be as disruptive as battle. In the middle of the 10th century, the Hwicce lands were enjoying a rare moment of quiet. The Vikings had been beaten back, for now. The walls of the burghs were standing tall. The markets of Worcester and Gloucester were humming with the sound of silver pennies. But inside the churches, a different kind of war was brewing. It was a war over the soul of the kingdom, fought not with swords, but with rules. We have to talk about the secular clergy. By the 950s, the church in the Hwicce territories had gone native. The terrifying ascetic holiness of the early saints had worn off. The cathedral at Worcester was staffed by men who were technically priests, but lived like comfortable, middle-class town councillors. They were secular canons. They owned private property. They wore fine clothes, and most scandalously to the reformers, they were married. Imagine a priest at Worcester Cathedral in 955. He finishes Mass, takes off his vestments, goes home to his wife, plays with his kids, and maybe checks on his investments in the salt pits. To the modern eye, this sounds quite reasonable. But to the hardline fundamentalists rising in the church, it was an abomination. It was spiritual adultery. Enter Saint Oswald, not the dead king we met earlier. This is Oswald the bishop, and he is the force of nature that defines the end of the Hwicce story. Oswald was a man with a foot in two worlds. He had Viking blood in his veins. His uncle was Odo the Good, a Dane who became Archbishop of Canterbury. But his mind was purely French. He had been sent to the monastery of Fleury in France to be trained. Fleury was the west point of spiritual warfare. It was the center of the Benedictine reform, a movement that demanded absolute poverty, absolute chastity, and absolute obedience. When Oswald arrived in Worcester in 961, appointed bishop by King Edgar, he must have looked at the comfortable, married canons with a mix of horror and pity. He was a wolf of God, entering a fold of very sleepy sheep. But here is the genius of Oswald. He didn't bite. Unlike his contemporary, Bishop Ethelwald of Winchester, who famously sent soldiers into his cathedral to drag the married priests out by their hair. Oswald played the long game. He was the diplomat of the reform. He understood the Hwicce character, stubborn, traditional, but open to persuasion. Instead of firing the cannons, he simply outcompeted them. Oswald built a new church, St. Mary's, right next to the old cathedral of St. Peter in Worcester. He filled St. Mary's with monks who followed the strict Benedictine rule. They chanted better, they dressed simpler, they looked holier. Slowly, the people of Worcester began to vote with their feet. They stopped going to the old, dusty cathedral with the grumpy married priests and started going to the shiny new monastery next door. The old canons, seeing their congregation and their donations dwindling, had a choice: join the new order, put away their wives, and become monks, or retire. Most of them, realizing which way the wind was blowing, took the cowl. It was a slow squeeze, a masterclass in soft power. This monastic reform wasn't just about housekeeping. It was a cultural renaissance. Oswald turned the Hwicce lands into the intellectual powerhouse of England. He established a network of monasteries: Westbury, On Trim, Pershaw, Evesham, and the great Ramsey Abbey, just outside the Hwicce lands, but spiritually connected. These weren't just prayer factories. They were universities. The scriptorium at Worcester exploded with activity. We have to remember that in this era, a book was more valuable than a farm. To make a single Bible, you needed the skins of hundreds of sheep. You needed gold leaf, pigments from Afghanistan, and thousands of hours of labor. Oswald's monks produced masterpieces. They also produced science. The scholars in Oswald's circle were obsessed with time. They studied astronomy and mathematics to calculate the precise date of Easter. A monk named Beardfirth produced manuals on the movement of the stars and the calculation of years. In the quiet cloisters of the Severn Valley, men were doing advanced algebra, while the rest of Europe was largely fumbling in the dark. But Oswald's greatest legacy was legal, not literary. He created the Oswald Slough. This is a concept that requires a little explanation. In the 10th century, land ownership was a mess of overlapping rights. You might own the land, but the king owned the judicial rights, and the earl owned the tax rights. Oswald managed to convince King Edgar to bundle all these rights together for the church lands. He created a massive liberty, a triple hundred, a distinct administrative unit, where the Bishop of Worcester was effectively the king. Inside the Oswald Slough, the bishop appointed the judges. The bishop collected the taxes. The bishop raised the army. This is vital because it fossilized the Hwicce identity. Even though the kingdom of the Hwicce was politically dead, the Oswald Slough preserved its heartland as a distinct legal entity. It was a state within a state. If you lived in the Oswald Slough, you didn't answer to the sheriff of the shire. You answered to the bishop. This gave the Hwicce region a unique flavor of independence that lasted for centuries. It meant that the Bishop of Worcester was a prince bishop in all but name. He could thumb his nose at the local earls. Oswald was also a man of the people. There is a touching tradition that every day during Lent, he would wash the feet of 12 poor men in his hall. It wasn't just a ritual. He famously died while doing it. In 992, as he was washing the feet of the 12th man, he collapsed and passed away. It was the perfect saintly exit. The impact of this reform on the landscape was profound. The timber churches of the early Hwicce were replaced by stone, though architectural reform went hand in hand with the spiritual one. If you go to a place like Deerhurst today, you can see the soaring height of the Saxon naves. They were reaching for heaven, but there was a shadow side to this holiness. The Benedictine reform created a sharp divide between the religious, the monks, and the laity, everyone else. In the old days, the church was messy and integrated. Now, it was walled off. The monks lived in a cloister, an enclosed space forbidden to outsiders. The liturgy became more complex, performed in Latin behind a screen. The people watched from a distance. The mystery was deepening, but the intimacy was fading. Oswald also amassed a staggering amount of land. By the time he died, the church owned perhaps a third of the entire Hwicce territory. This concentration of wealth bred resentment. The local nobility, the families who had been pushed out of power, looked at the fat abbeys with jealous eyes. They saw their ancestral lands locked away in dead hand. Mortmain, ownership of the church. We see this tension in the anti-monastic reaction that followed King Edgar's death. Some nobles attacked the monasteries, trying to seize back the land. It was a brief, violent spasm of regret. "We gave you too much," they seemed to say. "Now we want some back." But the church held firm. The Oswald Slow held firm. For the average Hwicce person, the 10th century ended with a feeling of heaviness. The taxes were higher, to pay for the monks and the Danes. The laws were stricter. The church was more distant. But there was also pride. When a Hwicce farmer looked at the gleaming stone tower of Winchcombe Abbey or the bustling scriptorium of Worcester, he knew he lived in a land of civilization. While the north was still wild and the west was still hostile, the Severn Valley was a garden of order. Oswald had given the Hwicce a second life. He had taken a fading tribal kingdom and turned it into a spiritual superpower. He had proved that you didn't need a king to be great. You just needed a very organized bishop. But order is fragile. As the year 1000 approached, the millennium, a new anxiety gripped the world. People whispered that the end of days was coming, and in a way, they were right. The Viking attacks were about to start again, not as raids, but as a war of annihilation. And this time, the Hwicce wouldn't just be facing Vikings. They would be facing a political reorganization that would finally, utterly, erase their name from the map. The Shire system, which Ethelred had started, was about to be locked in. The ancient boundaries of the Hwicce were about to be sliced up by the surveyor's pen. The ghosts of the Hwicce were retreating into the archives, hiding in the charters of the Oswald Slow, waiting for the final curtain to fall. The most efficient way to kill a kingdom isn't with a sword. It's with a map. We have reached the end of the road. For nearly 2,000 years, from the misty post-Roman vacuum to the golden age of the minsters, the Hwicce had existed as a distinct people. They had their own kings, their own bishops, and their own identity. But as we step into the 11th century, we witness their final, silent erasure. They were not destroyed by a catastrophe. They were organized out of existence. This is the era of the Shire. In the 10th and early 11th centuries, the English kings, men like Athelstan, Edgar, and Ethelred the Unready, faced a problem. England was becoming a single nation, but it was too big to manage from a single throne. They needed a standardized grid. They needed to break the country down into bite-sized, uniform chunks that could be taxed, policed, and administered easily. So, the scribes in Winchester took their quill pens and began to draw lines. They created the shires, based around the fortified burghs we talked about: Worcester, Gloucester, Warwick. These new districts sliced right through the ancient organic boundaries of the Hwicce kingdom. The northern Hwicce lands were carved off and thrown into Warwickshire. The western lands became Worcestershire. The southern and eastern heartlands became Gloucestershire. It was a bureaucratic dismemberment. Suddenly, a man living in the north didn't see himself as a brother to the man living in the south. They were now residents of different counties, answering to different sheriffs. And let's talk about the sheriff, the Skier, Jerifah, Shire, Reeve. This is the new villain, or hero, depending on your tax bracket of the age. The old Hwicce ealdormen had been local aristocrats, men of the bloodline who understood the traditions of the folk. The sheriff was a royal appointee. He was a career civil servant. The sheriff didn't care about the sacred history of the Severn Valley. He cared about the firma comitatus, the farm of the shire, a fixed sum of money he had to collect for the king every year. If he collected more, he kept the profit. This incentivized a ruthless efficiency. The sheriff was the face of the new, impersonal state. Under his gaze, the romantic tribal identity of the Hwicce withered away, replaced by the cold reality of the taxpayer. There was a brief, fascinating resistance in the form of Winchcombeshire. For a short time in the early 11th century, the ancient royal centre of Winchcombe was given its own shire. It was a desperate attempt by the local nobility to preserve the core of the old Hwicce kingdom as a political unit. But it failed. The powerful sheriff of Gloucester, a man named Edric Streona, a notorious traitor in English history, essentially swallowed it up. Winchcombeshire was dissolved. The Hwicce heartland was merged into Gloucestershire. The tribe lost its capital. Then came the Danes. Again, in 1016, Cnut the Great conquered England. He was a Viking, but he was also an emperor. He wanted to rule a unified, efficient state. Under Cnut, the old tribal distinctions were flattened even further. He divided England into 4 great earldoms. The Hwicce lands were subsumed into the vast Earldom of Mercia. The title, Earl of the Hwicce, flickered and died. The last man to hold something resembling that power was Leofric, the husband of the famous Lady Godiva. But Leofric was an Earl of Mercia, a national figure. He wasn't a local tribal king. The Hwicce were just a line item in his portfolio. And then, the final hammer blow. 1076, when William the Conqueror landed at Pevensey, the Hwicce soldiers, now fighting as the men of Worcestershire and Gloucestershire, marched south to Hastings. They stood in the shield wall with King Harold, and they died there. The Norman conquest was the end of the Anglo-Saxon world. The old Hwicce nobility, the families who traced their lineage back to Ianhair and Osric, were wiped out. Their lands were confiscated and handed over to William's French barons, men with names like Urstabato. The new, terrifying sheriff of Worcester arrived. They built stone castles, not burghs for the people, but motte and bailey fortresses to suppress them. The Hwicce peasants looked up at these new towers and realized that their world had truly ended. The language of power shifted from Old English to Norman French. The Hwicce were now just the conquered subjects of a foreign king. And yet, history is never a clean break. If you look at the Domesday Book, that great survey of 1086 commissioned by William to catalogue his new loot. You find a ghost. Domesday is a book of shires. It lists Wyacestraskaya and Gloacestraskaya. But in the legal sections, the scribes occasionally slip. They mention the law of the Hwicce. They mention that in the salt pits of Droitwich, the measures are calculated according to the Hwicce custom. The name refused to die completely. It hid in the fine print, but the true survival, the miracle survival, was the diocese. Remember the map drawn in holy water. The Diocese of Worcester was established in 680 to match the Hwicce kingdom. And because the church is eternal and slow to change, the diocese kept those boundaries. Through the Viking Wars, the Shearing, the Danish conquest, and the Norman conquest, the Bishop of Worcester continued to rule a spiritual kingdom that was exactly the shape of the ancient Hwicce lands. For another 500 years, right up until the Reformation in the 16th century, the ghost of the Hwicce sat on the bishop's throne. When the bishop went on his visitation tours, he was walking the borders of a kingdom that had been politically dead for half a millennium. The administrative machinery of the church preserved the Hwicce nation like a fly in amber. Even today, if you look at the modern counties, you can see the anomalies. There are little islands of Worcestershire inside Gloucestershire, and vice versa. These detached parishes are fossils. They are the remnants of the old Hwicce church estates that refused to be tidied up by the shire map makers. So, what is the legacy of the Hwicce? If you go to the Severn Valley today, you won't see a flag with the Hwicce emblem. We don't even know if they had one. You won't hear people speaking the Hwicce dialect, but the Hwicce are everywhere. They are in the ridge and furrow fields that ripple across the Midlands, the physical memory of their labor. They are in the salt that you put on your food. The Droitwich brine is still flowing. They are in the stones of Gloucester Cathedral and Worcester Cathedral, the great monuments built by Osric and Oswald. They are in the place names: Wychwood, Wychavon, Wychford. The breathy H of their name still whispers in the geography. But more than that, they are in the DNA of England. The Hwicce were the great assimilators. They were the people who showed that Briton and Saxon could live together. They were the people who showed that you could be conquered by Mercia, then by Wessex, then by Vikings, then by Normans, and yet still remain yourself. They were the people of the hollow, the people of the chest. And like a chest, they held safe the treasures of the past, the Roman cities, the British bloodlines, the early Christian fervor, until the future was ready for them. As we close the lid on this chest, take a moment to imagine the valley one last time. It is twilight. The mist is rising from the River Severn, just as it did in Section 1. The shapes of the modern world, the cars on the M5, the streetlights of Gloucester, begin to fade. You can see the smoke rising from 1,000 Grubenhaus hearths. You can hear the rhythmic chanting of the monks at Evesham. You can smell the brine boiling at Droitwich. You can see King Osric sitting in the unfinished window of his minster, watching the sun go down. You can see the Lady Ethelflaed standing on the ramparts of Gloucester, her eyes fixed on the north. You can see the peasant ploughing the heavy clay, turning the earth that will feed generations he will never know. They are all still there. The Hwicce didn't vanish. They just became us. They became the soil and the soul of the Midlands. The entire history of the Hwicce is not a tragedy of a lost kingdom. It is a love letter to a landscape that remembers everything, even when the history books forget. The mist closes in. The river flows on, dark and silent, to the sea. The bell at Worcester tolls for Compline. The kingdom sleeps. Good night.